danganronpa. I am doing this game quite late, actually. A lot of the reason why is because I slept in this morning, so I decided it would be better if I just did it a little later in the afternoon instead. Alright. Looks like I'm just gonna get started. Oh, what is it? What happened? Oh, thank you! Thank you for the follow! Alright, let's get into it. Thank you, Lazarus10. Alright, going about this now. The victim was Chihiro Fujisaki. I should also probably push my tablet down a little bit. There we go. Alright. The time of death is estimated to be around 2 a.m. The body was discovered in the locker room and on the second floor of the school. The cause of the death was a blow to the head with a blunt object. She was killed instantly. That's all it says. It's not like there's any point of complaining about it. No matter what, I'm gonna do what I gotta do. Monokuma's file number 2 has been added to the truth bullets section of your handbook. Hey, Makoto. Do you have a second? Huh? Did you need something from me?
Naturally.
Of course. Life without purpose is quite dull, you know. So what do you need? I'm going to let you cooperate with me during my investigation. Huh?
What?
I'm purchasing your talent. The same talent which allows you to solve Sayaka's case. Solve. No, I just,
Stop talking.
You seem to have some limited use, which is why I'm chosen. You have the honor of contributing to my investigation. So, you're inviting me to come with you. You're doing it in the most arrogant way possible, though.
Let's go.
You absolute bitch. Caught you slacking, Crims. I forgot my original joke. Hi, Ben! What's going on? Thank you for coming into the chat. I really appreciate it. I should probably be spreading this around. Because for some reason, some of the things aren't working the way they should. But, you know, it happens. Oh, nope, that showed up for that. Just took it a second. Anytime I'll help it. I mean, can't make that joke. No, I made this stream. This stream is 18 plus, so you can make all types of different jokes. Just make sure that you're not. I just assume you don't make any like racist jokes, any like Yahtzee jokes. Grape jokes. I just general ones like that, like obvious ones. How do we get started? But we need to get moving. There's no time to be standing here. Then why the fuck are you keep talking? What's wrong with racing? But it looks like I'll be working with Byakuya here on this one. Great. Cool. Awesome. There's a dumbbell on the floor, and there's a bloodstain. There's a bloodstain on the dumbbell! The Monokuma file said a blow to the head with a blunt object is what killed her. Does that mean this dumbbell will actually be the murder weapon?
That's right.
I imagine it could have been anything else. It couldn't be anything else. Locker room dumbbell has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. There's a fresh blood stain on the carpet. It must have been splattered with blood during the murder. This poster's got some blood on it. It must have happened during the murder. Okay. The word bloodlust is written on the wall in blood. What's the meaning behind it? Bloodlust. Dude, had a real complex about being weak. You heard Chihiro talk about it, right? All this, I need to get stronger? Yeah. Yeah, I do remember. She said that more than once. Sure did. Which I guess explains the trip down here. But did she really need to get stronger that badly? I already mentioned it, but she was a girl after. I have to remember that this chapter is like the most sexist, I think, out of most of the other chapters. There's like a big emphasis on gender roles, which is really good for this story, but it's not exactly aged well, so I wanted to warn people about that. I don't know, man. Haven't really thought about that stuff. The cause of Chihiro's complex. I can't help wondering what it might be. Mondo's account has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. I used this locker room all the time. Now it's become the site for Chihiro's death. But why was Chihiro killed? Why was she killed in the locker room? Actually, if you think about it, she could have been killed somewhere else and then carried here. She was very light, that is true. But it wouldn't be hard for someone to carry her. Still, I still think she came here on her own by choice. What makes you say that? She'd been talking a lot about how she wanted to get stronger. So you're saying she came here to exercise? But according to the Monokuma file, apparently she was killed around 2 in the morning. Would you really have been exercising that late?
Perhaps.
Hina and myself are usually in the locker rooms during the day, so she was probably avoiding it then. Avoiding it? Although we invited her to join more than once, she never showed up. So, I can only assume she was trying to avoid us. And instead, she came to exercise in the middle of the night.
However,
perhaps, but it's difficult for me to imagine she would have come alone. She did want to start exercising, but she specifically mentioned she couldn't do it by herself. She needed the support of others. So, we're saying she could have come here in the middle of the night to train in secret, but that she would have come with someone else. It's a possibility, I think. Sakura's account has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your handbook. Now I believe it's time for us to move on. Huh? Already?
What?
No clues would be magically appear by standing around here. You need to check every aspect of this case. That's true, but...
Let's go.
If you're satisfied, let's hurry up and proceed. He's so pushy. I got caught up with the wrong person this time. So this is our next location. Huh? This place is related to the investigation? Figure it out for yourself. It's no fun if you don't, right? Cool. Maybe this gun was used to... No, impossible. If that was the case, Chihiro would have been riddled with holes. That's not even a case of a crime scene, idiot. Bitch! There's a bunch of different tool crib. Nothing to do with this case. If I remember right, the card reader is meant to work with our handbooks, right?
What?
Do you have an issue with it? If so, you should take it up with Monokuma. He said that, then quickly and sharply clapped his hands together.
Did you call for me?
Ah! Has he been domesticated?
That's right.
It seems that Makoto has a question for you.
You need something?
Sure, what's up? Sure, what's up? Huh? Well, it's just that this card reader.
Yep.
Yes, the card readers have all been designed to interface with each of your handbooks. You can only enter the locker room corresponding with the gender listed in your individual handbook. And it's impossible for two people in a row to go through while the door is unlocked, correct?
Unbelievable.
If there were some erotic terrorist on the prowl, the ceiling-mounted Gatling gun would initiate a Swiss cheese slaughter. And school regulation prohibits anyone from lending someone else their handbook, correct?
Of course.
Correctly correct! So then, that means only girls can go into the girls' locker room, and only boys can go in the boys' locker room. In other words, Chihiro's body being found in the girls' locker room means... Hey Makoto, I can see right through you. See right through me? Allow me to tell you what you were thinking. Since Chihiro was found in the girls' locker room, the killer must have been able to get in there.
So, in other words...
As such, the killer must have been one of the girls. Did I get it right?
Ignorance.
Good lord, you're simple. But am I wrong? You should pay closer attention to the regulations. The answer has been in front of you the entire time. Loaning an ebook handbook to another student is strictly prohibited. Only the act of loaning a handbook is prohibited. Borrowing someone else's is perfectly fine. Oh, I would expect nothing less from the prodigal son of a noble Togami family. So you managed to snip out the loophole in the regulation. Knowing you, I would have bet you created it on purpose, didn't you? To add a little more excitement to things. Oh, you're treating me like a bunny little appetizer instead of the main course that I am. Now then, since the dead can't actually talk, they're not people anymore, they're things! Get it? Got it? Good. Wait, hold on. Oh wait, hold on. You're saying that loopholes, but in order to borrow something from someone, then that means that they would have to loan it. So,
Why are you?
So sleepy. Just listening to you makes me want to pass out. Be more like Byakugo and go get your poop together. Or else I'll charge you with criminal negligence. No more questions. figure it out the rest of your damn selves!
That's fine.
Well, if you are unfortunately lacking in mental faculties, I will fill you in myself. Let's head to the main hall. The main hall? That'll help you understand what's going on. The card reader has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. We came to the main hall. So what are we looking for here? Does that mean I have to figure it out for myself? Great. Okay, cool. So chilling. Chunk of metal. TVs. There's a small mailbox here. Could there be anything inside? It's an e-handbook. No, wait, there are 3 of them. But what are they doing here? So you finally found them. Huh? Did you know these were here, Byakuga? Or Byakuga. I happened to find them by chance myself the other day. It seems that the system in place where the handbooks of the dead get delivered to this mailbox. So then, these 3 handbooks belong to Junko, Leon, and Sayaka. You can go ahead and confirm it yourself. Hello, Courtney! How you doing? I immediately turned on one of the handbooks, and when I did... Sayaka Meizuno! You're right, this is Sayaka's handbook. Now do you understand? This is the key to the loophole that I revealed earlier. Yeah, I feel like I'm starting to get it. Hang out with a friend and watching Ghost Adventures, nice. You should pay closer attention to the regulations. The answer has been in front of you the entire time. Loaning your ebook to another student is strictly prohibited. Only the act of loaning a handbook is prohibited. Borrowing someone else's is perfectly fine. I see, now I understand. The main hall e-handbooks has been added to your truth bullet section of your handbook.
What?
Hold on a second.
Very
What's wrong?
strange.
That's strange. One of the handbooks won't turn on. Is it broken? Whose is it? The other handbook showed Junko's name when I started it up. Then this one won't turn on. Must be Leon's, right? It would make sense, yes. After all, he did get pummeled with dozens and dozens of baseballs. Pummeled with baseballs. The memory of it came flooding back. The cruel punishment which led to Leon's death. The execution that the mastermind concocted. Cruel, heartless death. You're right. It wouldn't be surprising for the handbook to break during that kind of assault. Ah! Hey! What? That handbook is essential to students' life here. Crucial, integral, instrumental. A super big deal. There's no way it would break that easily, but it did.
Impossible!
If it said it wouldn't break, it wouldn't freaking break. It can withstand 10 tons of pressure and then waterproof up to under 100 meters, okay? I don't care how many baseballs you hit with it. Wouldn't do crap. Oh, but even my amazing handbooks does have a single weakness point, which does, but it's a secret. I wouldn't want to go breaking any more handbooks.
What?
Then Leon's must have broken in somehow without realizing what the weakness was, right? Hard to say. You know what I think? I think his handbook isn't actually broken.
What?
But you might ask, how could that be? Leaving the question hanging in the air, Monokuma disappeared. You little shit. What just happened? Freaking Monokuma says it's not broken, but it's undeniable. Well, it's an undeniable fact that it's not turning on.
That's fine.
Well, I don't see any connection to the case, so it doesn't matter for now. You think so? Either way, something about it still bothers me. The broken handbook has been added into the truth bullet section of your handbook. Okay then, this should be enough to get things rolling. Let's begin our investigation in earnest and track down the true culprit. Yeah, we need to find out who killed Chihiro. To be exact, not quite. Not quite. What do you mean, Byakuya? Byakuya. To be exact, not quite. Certainly, I want to reveal Chihiro's killer, but more precisely, I want to discover the true identity of Genocide Jack. Then you truly believe Genocide Jack is the one who killed Chihiro?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Absolutely. There's no doubt that Genocide Jack is the culprit of this case. That murderous fiend is Genocide Jack, right?
What?
There's nobody else it could be. A murderous fiend who kills again and again using bizarre and brutal methods. They're like a ghost, attacking suddenly, then slipping away before the police can catch them. And what nickname did the internet give it to this mysterious serial killer? Genocide Jack? They say he killed thousands of people, but that's kind of gotta be an urban legend at this point. Still, could one of us really be a demented, psychotic killer like that? You're not wrong to wonder. But words mean little right now. I have something that will prove it, and I can show you. Okay, can you show me? What do you... Oh, okay, we're just going... Okay.
Don't make me repeat myself.
Oh, okay. I have a basis to believe that and I assure you, Genocide Jack is one of us. Is there really proof? There's somewhere I'd like to take you. This is to provide all the evidence you need.
It's all clear now.
Evidence that Genocide Jack is the one that killed Chihiro. Evidence? Does something like that really... Ah, hey you two! Big trouble! Need your help!
I don't have time to play with you.
We're busy. Leave us alone. But it's emergency! An emergency! Come on, please, you gotta help me! Okay, you really gotta... Please! This is a serious emergency! Please, please, you gotta help me! Okay, just calm down. Okay, Hina? But this is an emergency! An emergency, what happened?
No.
Something's wrong with Toko, she's acting super strange! Well, I mean, she was acting pretty strange earlier, right? What should we do,
Very strange.
Byakuya? Since it's Toko, I must admit I'm intrigued. I suppose we can take a second to see what's going on with her. Are you
Don't
sure?
make me repeat myself.
Don't make me. I didn't expect that. I thought for sure he'd say no. That'd be the end of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Come on, hurry! Wait for us,
Let's
Hina!
go.
It looks like she's headed to the dorms, to Toko's room, more likely. You're right. Okay, so what exactly is that? Guys, you're too slow! You think you're too fast? So, what's this emergency? Well, after what happened in the girls' locker room, we left Toko in her room so she could lay down. After a while, we came back to check on her, you know, see how she was doing, but when we did, it was weird. She refused to come out and kept saying all this weird stuff. Weird stuff.
That's fine.
We should try talking to her ourselves. Yeah, good idea. I may also give it a shot. The door swung open, slowly and silently. Holy crap. The aura and negativity flowed out from explode out from behind the door, forcing a gasp out of me.
What?
Oh, nothing. It's just that Hina was really worried about you, holding yourself up in your room.
Leave me alone.
Yeah, sure thing. But could you open up just for a second?
Won't allow it.
Huh?
Won't let Genocide Jack have control.
And just like that, she slammed the door in my face. Oh, what was that? She's been acting like this the whole time. When I rang a little while ago. I'll drive out the killer. Drive out the murderous fiend. It doesn't make any sense, right? I was afraid to leave her in there alone, so I tried to bust down the door. But it feels like something's holding it shut on the other side. I couldn't even budge it. Toko was scared enough to even bar her door? Does she think the same thing as Byakuya? Does she think the serial killer Genocide Jack really murdered Chihiro? Is that why Toko's so scared? Whatever it is, I'm really worried about her. Isn't there anyone who might be able to persuade her? Hey Byakuya. You think you could ask her to come out of her room, I mean?
That's fine.
Sure, whatever. Huh? Oh, shit. Alright. Huh. You're gonna talk to her, Byakuya? Oh, wow. I guess you can be nice when you want to. He stands in front of her door, not making a sound, and presses the bell. After a few moments.
What do you want?
Leave me alone! You're all so annoying! Byakuya!
It's Byakuya.
I'm sorry, I couldn't keep our promise. But don't worry, never again. I won't let Genocide Jack have control ever again! And with that, the door slammed shut. Even Byakuya can't pull it off. There's nothing else we can do. Let's get back to the investigation. Hold on! Hey, Byakuya, what was Toko talking about just now? Something about a promise?
What?
I have no idea. Another one of her delusions, I'm sure. But
Stop talking.
if I say I don't know, that means I don't know. Just let Hina take care of her. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll stay here and keep an eye on her.
Let's go.
Well then, let's go. Without waiting it for a reply, Byakuya sped away. Byakuya! Then I hurried to catch up. I tried to talk to him several times as we walked, but he didn't even look back, let alone say anything. He just kept walking towards his destination. Finally, his feet brought him to the stop in front of a certain room. The library? Come on, let's go in. Okay. Knock it off. What is this? Okay. What is this about? Is the evidence that proves it was Genocide Jack really in the library?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Alright. Huh? Laptop's not here. Okay. There's no clue. Yo, you could be more helpful. The archive, right? Hurry up and go inside. Oh, now you let me go in
Let's
here.
go.
Here? It'll all make sense once you're inside. Oh, now you let me in here. Now you let me come in. Now, after I've been trying to get in here for the past few times, you fucking dick. Oh, there's so many books and photos. There's so much dust.
So, in other words,
I would say that there's enough value in this place to endure dust. All right. There's so many files stuffed onto the shelf. What's in all of these?
that's enough.
These documents are dangerous. Dangerous. They detail all the people who control the world from behind the scenes. Dangerous truth for a commoner. You mean like members of the Diet or something? No, I mean the ones with real power. The council controlling everything from the shadows. If you're ready to disappear for it, take a look. There are some very interesting people in here. You're just kidding, right? Am I? I'll just let that go for now. There's a ton of thick files stuffed into the bookshelf. So you're thinking of looking through any of them? Let me give you a little warning. Those things are filled with graphic, disturbing photos from all kinds of crime scenes. The kind of thing any normal person wouldn't ever want to look at. Be careful. Huh? What do you mean? All those files are investigation reports related to different cold cases. Those are internal documents for police eyes only. They're not the kind of thing you'd expect to leak. Huh? There's a wooden box and it seems empty. Although, judging from the smudges on the dust, it looks like there was something inside. I wonder what it was. There was an extension cord there. It proved very useful while I was in the library. An extension cord, huh? Without really thinking about it, I pulled one of them out. You have a sharp eye, indeed, to select that file. Huh?
That's right.
That's the report of the presidential assassinations. The original is kept in the National Library. It wouldn't be declassified for another 30 years. Are you sure you want to look at it now? There's no telling whose crosshairs you might wind up peeking at it. Without making a sound, I'd return the file to the shelf. Can you be more useful, please? This arrogant motherfucker. If you pay attention to your surroundings, you'll be able... Motherfucker, I am trying to pay attention to my surroundings, but your ass keeps on telling me that I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Okay, investigations, be careful. Okay, there's a ton of files. Different crime scenes and expected to leak, disturbing. The real one's in power. I got that one. Okay. Okay. Report of the presidential assassination. I assume it means the Kennedy assassination. There's an extension cord. I assume you're not gonna let me out of here unless you know where the hell. There's surveillance camera here. Okay, so which one's the one? Okay. There we go. Huh? It's a desk lamp. Oh yeah, the same one I saw Byakuya using on the library before.
What?
Do you have any problem with that lamp? It was here before. Then I moved it over there. It's too dark over there, so I thought I'd put it in a good use. So you're finally beginning to understand the true splendor of this library. It took me finding a lamp to figure this shit out. Are you fucking kidding me? The entire reason I was interested in this library is because of this room right here.
Interesting.
It's the home of classified government documents, police records, things no ordinary person would ever see. Isn't it magnificent? This can't be real,
Such
right?
ignorance.
That's your guys' problem. Anything that doesn't fit into your preconceived reality, you label it a lie. Well, it's not that, it's not like I can totally refuse to believe it, but I mean, there's just so much. How could anyone pull all of this together? I suppose it goes to show just how much Hope's Peak truly wields. Or perhaps the mastermind may have wanted to provide us enough entertainment to keep us from getting bored. It's no use, I can't keep up with all this. It's just too unreal. What's wrong? What's wrong? You still can't believe it. What about you? How can you believe it so easily? Things like that are usually impossible. What do you mean, usually? Usual, normal, ordinary, simple. Those things don't exist anywhere in the real world. So you don't understand what they actually represent. You don't understand the nature of anything. You don't pull your punches, do you? Fuck. Besides, what you consider usual is based on your common sense, right? But what makes you think your own common sense applies to me at all? The documents gathered here are genuine. I have reviewed them multiple times, and there's no doubt. Hold on. You're saying that you read all these documents more than once? But all this has to be, like, top secret, confidential stuff, right? So why... My family has a reading room just like this at our house. Ours is bigger, of course, but not as dusty. Huh? Members of the Togamiya family has access to any variety of government-related documents. That includes foreign powers as well as domestic. How is that possible?
So, in other words...
I already told you. There's a secret council that controls the world from the shadows. My family is a member of that council. And I have within me the bloodline that will allow me to one day bend the world to my will. But to become such a ruler, I must know all levels of this world, backwards and forwards. So whenever I have time, I like to review whatever documents and materials that interest me, which is why I can proclaim without any doubt that the material gathered here is the real thing. This is beyond believing or not believing. Byakuya is actually starting to scare me more than anything, more than the actual mastermind. What always interested me the most were cold case police investigation reports. Reading through those reports has always been a hobby of mine ever since I was little. The excellent mental exercise. I've solved more than a few of these cases by reviewing the reports. And among all those reports, one of my recent favorites is the Genocide Jack case. As he talked, Byakuya grabbed a specific file from the shelf.
That's right.
This is the complete case file. Every single report surrounding the Genocide Jack cases has been compiled in here. Because there are so many, allow me to quickly summarize the main points. To begin, there are two notable characteristics in every Genocide Jack murder. The first characteristic is that every crime scene, the word bloodlust is written in the victim's own blood. And the second is when the victims are murdered, their bodies are suspended in a certain way. Bloodlust is written in blood, and victims' bodies is suspended. Exactly the same as what happened to Chihiro. Save your surprise. The best part is yet to come. For the second characteristic, where the victims are suspended, the only ones who knew about the particular facts were members of the police and other higher-ups. By all accounts, nobody in the media has ever found out. Huh? In other words, no one on the news, no one online, nobody knew about the other aspects of each case. Only key officials and the killer himself knew about the act of mounting the victims. Now, if you recall Chihiro's corpse, her body was the most certainly mounted in this fashion. So, how come the killer have known about, how could the killer have known about suspending the victim?
That's right.
That's the key question. But in fact, the answer is quite simple.
So, in other words,
the culprit isn't a copycat killer. It's the real Genocide Jack.
in other words,
That right there is the evidence that Genocide Jack has hidden himself amongst the rest of us. Then Genocide Jack really is such a brutal, fiendish killer, really is walking all around amongst us?
interesting.
Things are really starting to get interesting, aren't they? I never imagined a killer with such a reputation would ever become part of our little gang. Now, don't you think it would be good for you to take a look at what I've already seen? You might just manage to ferret out a clue or two.
Such ignorance.
If you get down on your knees and beg, I might even show you myself. Cool. Okay, cool. Okay, if I do this again. Oh, I get a little coin now. Cool.
That's right.
Okay. Extension cord. Byakuya, about the Genocide Jack case file. Could you let me see it?
That's fine.
Well, you didn't beg, but I guess it's okay if this time. Feel free to look at it in here, but you can't take it with you. Byakuya handed me the file and I flipped through it with intense, nervous fingers. Suddenly, my hand stopped. I had reached the page where the photos from the scenes of each crime had all been collected. The names of Genocide Jack's victims ran on for several pages. Ken Harada, 32. Tenshuhiro Honda, 17. Shoji Jaku, 23. Kanu Sai, 14. Kakashi Yoshida, 30. Tomasunada, or Sonata, Komatsuna Taro, Takefumi Guno, Yuchida to no Hisa, Takeshia Masamune, Ya Yutoyama Jima. This is the day she learns Japanese. There is no end to it. But one thing that became perfectly clear as I read. All of the killer's countless victims were killed and suspended in exactly the same way. And at the scene of every murder, the word bloodlust was left in the victim's own blood. Now, take a look at the next page. You'll find another interesting tidbit. The next page. Profiling results. All the crimes take place either on weekdays at night, or during holidays, either day or night. Most common times for killing it to take place on holidays in the afternoons. Based on these facts, it could be suggested that the suspect may be a student. Evidence suggests that the suspect lingered at the scene, but when they did leave, they were in a panic. Because an eyewitness has never come forward, it's unlikely that there was any external reason for this. This confused behavior suggests that the suspect may be...
How are you?
I'm good. How you doing, Pick?
I was about to draw for a little bit.
I'm doing murders.
Oh, murder. Murder's always fun.
Well, I'm actually solving murders. I'm not doing them.
Oh, I thought you were doing... Misinterpreted. I thought you were just on a murder streak and you were just committing arson.
No arson today.
Oh, I like how you specified not today.
Not today. It's the weekend.
We need to quote this. We quote this for editor. Editor would love this.
I'm doing danganronpa.
Oh, I've heard about that game, but I've never like seen it in action.
Feel free to chime in.
Nice.
All right.
Oh wait, are you live right now?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's totally fine. I do this all the time.
Okay. Is it cool if I hang out with you, or do you?
Yeah, it's totally fine.
Oh, okay.
That the suspect may be suffering from dissociative identity disorder.
So, in other words,
Unless you do you want to start like reading with me? Because I've been doing like a bunch of no murder today. It's a weekend. Okay, Pinkie Pie.
Honestly, if you want me to read some text bubbles, I could do that. I like doing voices though, so I might try to do a voice.
It's all good. Yum. Alright, just give me a second.
Let me open your... I'm opening your stream.
I do have a share screen on.
Yeah, I'm watching the share screen, but I'm gonna open your stream so that way I can count as one of your viewers.
Yay! Thank you!
Yeah.
And hey, if you want to like doing murder, wow, Dice, you're up late. When do you sleep? Please help her. She can't read Spanish. Lo siento. Excuse me?
I was about to say, Crimson's probably able to pronounce Spanish things more than me.
Yeah, a little bit of a no sabo kid, but I do know enough Spanish to get by on little things.
All right.
All right. Ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Byakuya is stubborn as hell.
Gotcha. Yeah, he looks the stubborn type.
Stubborn is not the word. Arrogant. I would say arrogant and rich snobby.
Alright. Hang on 1 second. I'm gonna shut my bedroom door just in case there's not an echo.
Okay.
Alright, I'm back.
Doing.
I just had to shut my door because my boyfriend and my roommate are playing Baldur's Gate, and I didn't want you to accidentally hear them.
No, that's cool. Oh shit! I blocked out my chat. No, there we go. All right, let's go.
Great. So which one do you want me to read?
It would probably be easier if you read for Byakuya.
So the person who's talking right now?
Yep.
Okay. Since it's a dude, I can't promise a very masculine voice, but I'll try.
Nah, that's cool. If you want to like do the reverse, go like just do it with your own voice, but just make it more, I guess, rarity. I guess would be the best.
Okay. The key point here is that the culprit may well be a split personality.
A split personality, like the kind of thing you see on TV. So I'm part of another totally unbelievable story. Great. But this one is way more unbelievable than anything else up until now. Or maybe it really isn't. I don't know. I feel like my mind's just gonna go now. Genocide Jack case file has been added to the Truth Bullet section of your handbook.
Let's go.
Alright, we should get going soon.
Huh? Where are we going?
Anywhere but here. We finished our business here, haven't we?
Wait, Byakuya!
There we go.
There we go.
Did I sound serious enough?
You sound serious enough. I think you need a little more arrogance, just a little bit.
Just a little bit more arrogance, okay.
Yeah, just
okay.
Just spit in my face, just a little more.
Oh, jeez.
You gotta get mean. You gotta get Regina George on me. As usual, Byakuya turned and left without another word. I hurried out of the library to catch up.
Well, this is where we part ways. I have some things I need to take care of before the class trial.
Just all of a sudden, like this?
I don't have time
Be
to play
scared.
with you.
Hello,
Come
it's
on.
Bork!
Oh, hello!
I'm back from work. I'll try to voice when I can. I got fries.
Fries?
Fries.
And I got to take care of my baby since my little stepbrother never came over and took care of them while I was at work.
Okay, go take care of the babies.
I'll be back.
The babies is his dogs.
I figured as much.
That was Bork. Bork is friend.
I think I've briefly met them before.
Yeah, he's chill.
Come on. Enough of the annoying misapprehensions. I'm sorry, I'm terrible at pronouncing words.
Misapprehension.
Yeah. Did you really think we'd be together the whole time? Hang on just 1 second. I have
That's cool.
to answer something. Okay, sorry.
It's all good.
Okay. Take responsibility for yourself and do something useful. Move the move the investigation forward on your own.
Goodbye.
Well, goodbye.
And just like that, he was gone. Like the dickhead he is. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, he's so pretty, but your personality ruins it. Just as quickly as he'd asked me to join him, he'd cut me off. In the end, I felt like I was just some plaything getting tossed around. At the same time, I uncovered some really important clues thanks to him. Genocide Jack. He's the one that killed Chihiro, that murderous fiend. Is one of us? But who is it? I have to find that out no matter what it takes. I would really, this would be a great twist if not for the fact that that Toko earlier just said, like, I won't let him out. So I'm like, damn, a way to bury your lead.
Yeah, seriously.
And to do that, there's somewhere I have to go investigate one more time. I have to go back to the crime scene, the girls' locker room. I should check the boys' locker room too. And the others might have to come up with some information I might find useful while I'm at it. I need to find out everything I can. Awesome. Thank goodness we're on the same floor.
Oh, you're actually able to move. Okay.
Yeah, you move. Like, it's like, you move around. Oh god, this motherfucker.
Okay.
Fuck you.
Do you want me to voice this one?
Actually, I'll do it.
Okay.
Ding, ding, ding! Hi! Fumi has discovered evidence revolving the identity of the culprit.
I feel as if...
Another stat increase for me! Evidence? What did you find?
I cannot reveal that just yet, but I guarantee that what I found will steal the killer's breath from his lungs.
Are you sure about that? Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No. This guy. He's definitely our one that deserves to be on a list. On every list.
I like the voice you're doing for him. It's exactly what I envisioned.
I need it to be a little more nasally though. Like,
Hey, oh yeah, Miss Ludenberg. Miss Ludenberg said she'd witnessed something worthwhile too.
really? What did she see?
She refuses to tell me, and
It's like when a girl bullies the boy she likes, right?
right.
Okay. Cool. So where is Celeste now?
The warehouse by the dorms. She was there.
But at the same time, not there. What? Okay, I'm gonna go to the boys' locker room now. You fucking freak.
Wait, Crimson?
Yeah?
Could you? I'm worried my character is blocking the speech bubbles. Could you, like, lower me a little bit?
I don't think I could lower you any. Well, actually, it's just you're literally big.
Okay, well, you don't have to show my full avatar. If you want to cut it in half, it's okay.
It's totally fine. Like the thing is that Bork is gonna come back, and then it's gonna make you smaller.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you're good. Besides, that's
Okay.
why we're reading it out.
Okay, that's a fair point.
Okay, so first of all, fuck are you? There's a strange stain on the carpet. What is this? The boys' locker room carpet has been added into the truth bullet section of your handbook. This poster. It's a popular boy band called Tornado. Somehow it doesn't seem to quite fit in the boys' locker room. Okay, so this is the pool. It's a big ass pool, Jesus.
It's one of those not track pools, but like it's like I forgot the word for it. It's It's not track, it's something. There's a word. I'm trying to think of the word. It's what, well, I can't remember what word I'm thinking of. It's for racing.
I'm just walking on water, I guess. Fuck it.
Apparently.
Like, literally, though. Look.
That is pretty funny.
Okay.
Okay, I'm here for real this time.
Hi.
Ooh, ooh.
Boys records, girls records.
I've come to save the day.
I'm
What?
sketching in the background, so just let me know when you want me to read.
No problem.
Say, I'm here to bring Monokuma back from the dead. Anywho, what's happened?
Chihiro's dead.
Oh no!
There's a stain on the carpet of the boys. Hifumi is a creep.
Everyone already knew that. Hey, Crimson, you know what you should do?
What?
One second. Let me cook. I'm cooking.
Cocaine.
Dude had a real complex about being weak. You heard Chihiro talk about it, right? All I need to do is get stronger.
Yeah, I remember she said that more than once. Oh, I think I already read this, but it's fine.
Sure did, which I guess explains the trip down here. Are you gonna do Makoto now?
Yeah, I'm doing Makoto.
Okay.
It's just easier if I read it.
That's fair.
But did she really need to get stronger that badly? You already mentioned it, but she was a girl. She was a girl after all. Most girls aren't all that strong.
I don't know, man. Haven't really thought about that stuff.
Chihiro's complex. Where did it come from? I would like to point out,
You should check the body.
I will check the body. I'm just telling Pick this just in case. This chapter is particularly sexist. Like a lot of gender roles, a lot of like this is what girls should do, this is what boys should do type of dialogue.
It was 2018.
It was earlier than that, wasn't it?
No, actually, surprisingly.
Huh. Yeah, so even for the time, this is sexist as fuck.
Danganronpa. Wait, hold on. No, that's 2010.
Even for the time, this was sexist as fuck. Pick if you want to voice Kyoko, you could. This is a bit more of a serious character as well, but she's a little more deadpan rather than like the arrogance from earlier.
Yeah, sure. How do you pronounce Kyoko?
Kyoko. This dialogue's mine.
Alright. Hey.
Oh, that was yours. That's my dialogue.
Sorry.
No, it's cool. It's cool. Hey, Kyoko, have you made any progress on your investigation?
Generally speaking.
However.
Sorry.
Hey, it's a good way to get
it's perfectly fine.
It's good. It's a good way to like get that tone right. If you wanted to like do that voice specifically.
Yeah. But I have to get going. I have something unrelated to take care of.
Something besides the investigation of the murdered person in the room? What is it?
Wow. Nothing you need to worry about. Just concentrate on the murder.
I need to go take a poo.
But I need to go take a poo!
Before I go, let me give you one piece of advice. You should examine Chihiro's body one more time, thoroughly. Also, her handbook is missing. You might want to determine its whereabouts.
Goodbye.
That's it. I'll be praying for your success.
With that,
The fact
Kyoko
that she-
turned and left the girls' locker room.
The fact that Kyoko just obviously knows the answer to all these investigations, just said, "Hey, fuck it, let's let this little guy learn how to do it instead."
At
Yeah.
least
Gamble our lives with this little guy.
I'd rather this method where she like because it makes sense for everybody to kind of have like a little thing close to their chest a little bit, but like I'd rather this than whatever the fuck Byakuya was on. Like what the fuck?
That's because Byakuya's
Yeah.
He's a dick. I guess I'll take another look at the body then. And Chihiro's handbook is missing? That's definitely more worrying about. Chihiro's e-handbook has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. It's a handbook inception.
Well, let's examine that body.
That body, yada 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 yada.
I don't mean to be weird, but why is the body still there?
That's because the
Because
murder
you
just
can't-
happened.
You can't fiddle with the body during the murder.
I-
Evidence.
Okay.
Kyoko said I should examine the body one more time. I know she said thoroughly, but I do have my limits. Well, I better give it a shot anyway. Let's see. Chihiro's hands are bound with what looks like some kind of rope. The rope
She was into bondage.
because chains
Can't-
and whips excite me. The rope was used to prop her up in a kind of crucifix position. Huh? This rope has a plug? Wait, so then it isn't a rope at all. No shit, Sherlock! But the more I think about it, the more that's not the only thing that concerns me. Chihiro's fatal injury is a blow to the head, which means someone struck her in the head in order to kill her. That's right. There's an issue with her being suspended and the fatal blow. At first, I didn't see any reason to think too much about either of them. But seeing them again after looking through the Genocide Jack file, something's not quite right. What does this all mean? Status of the dead body has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook.
Alright, that reminds me. Who'd you hang out during your free time?
None of your damn business. Let a girl have her secrets.
I didn't even get to be there for the...
You don't have to know who I'm sleeping with.
You do it all the time. What the fuck?
Just because your mom and I are bosom buddies, where we're platonically holding,
there.
where we're platonically holding hands while going through the fabric. Oh, that reminds me. Did I ever show your mom the fabrics that I got?
You did not.
Oh, I should show.
And no, I was asking who did you do the free time events with during the game?
Yeah, I know. I still like fucking with you though.
Chat, please tell me.
Honestly, I don't. Realistically, I don't remember. But I think I got Sakura. I think that I gave Ishimaru a chance to have friends using common interests, and I forget the last one.
Okay.
Because they allow you to have like 3 free times in that one. So
What do you mean TMI Bork, Equestria guy?
Oh, because you said you had to poop.
No, I was talking about Makoto, not me. Well, actually, no, I was talking more about Kyoko. Because that was the other business.
I thought you were
go to.
talking because you didn't hear it. I guess you didn't hear it when you were when you left. I said, but I have to poop. Like I'm going off of your joke.
Ah,
So maybe it just
Anywho.
sounded like it wasn't. You were talking about Kyoko. You were talking about Makoto, and so I played off of it, or yourself. So I played off of it. So anyway, well, the one thing I feel like my Makoto is not nervous enough, but that's fine. Well, the one thing most likely to tie all these mysteries together is the true nature of the rope that was used to suspend Hiro. And to figure that out, there's a certain place I need to revisit to look over again. Plus, it might help to look at Genocide Jack case file one more time. Okay, do I get additional...
Boobies!
Boobies! Oh, so I do get... Okay. Sorry,
Why you gotta mention her being big-breasted, Makoto? Why do you gotta mention that?
Sorry,
You're skipping all of it. Oh my goodness.
Okay, I was trying to... This is really strange. In the boys' locker room, there's a popular boy band. And the women's bathroom, there's a swimsuit model. Could the posters have been switched? But if they were, why? What reason would anyone have here? There was a lot more when I skipped over it.
Why'd you skip all over it?
I was trying to find the button that let you see the script.
It's F2.
No, I have a controller.
Oh, okay, let me cook 1 second. You dang one person who plays the game I know has control, the other doesn't. It's confusing.
There must be more things that I'm waiting for. Is that a real gun? I already got that. Maybe I have to look back? Go back, chill out. Maybe you get my reps in.
The hell?
Got the stain. What is it? Okay. So there's nothing in here specifically. I really don't want to talk to Hifumi again.
Ah! Curse you for having control. Oh wait, here it is. You press the middle button?
The middle button.
Is
You mean the select button?
I assume so, yes.
Okay. I'll do that after this. Okay. You spend a lot of time exercising with the girls in the girls' locker room, right, Sakura? I've used it nearly every day. Every day since it opened up. Sometimes Hina and I use it together. Okay, then let me ask you something. Do you think the posters in the boys' and the girls' locker room could have been switched?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I can't really say. Never really paid any attention to the posters. See.
However,
But there is something that's been bothering me about the locker room. You see, I like drinking a little protein coffee in between it every time I finish exercising. Wait, we have protein coffee? When did we get that? I want some!
Too bad.
In the warehouse. It's not high quality, but I don't have a lot of other options. I mix the protein powder with the coffee and put down a glass after exercising. Anyway, the other day I spilled some on the carpet in the girls' locker room, and it left a stain. A stain? But I don't see any stain on the carpet
of course.
now. Exactly. I noticed it earlier. The stain has disappeared. I can only assume someone came along and cleaned it up. But still, isn't it unusually clean? As if there was never a stain here to begin with. Disappearing stain has been added into the truth bullet section of your handbook.
Okay, so I think it was select button.
Okay, so select button. I gotta go back.
There's also,
that is a screen.
the help.
That is a screenshot. Okay, I found it. It is the left center button.
Okay. I don't know what controller you're using, so.
It's a Xbox.
Okay.
I was about to say it's probably Xbox.
Okay, here you go.
Okay.
Oh, you just passed it.
No, it's okay.
Because I remember specifically, he mentioned big-breasted, and I saw big-breasted in one of these things.
It's certain place I have to revisit to look over. Plus okay, here we go. It's the bloodstained poster. The blood is the most noteworthy part, but the big-breasted swimsuit model is still pretty noticeable too.
Again, Makoto, why are you pointing that out? That she's big-breasted? What does that matter?
I mean, her tits are out, man.
They're not. That's why she's wearing a bikini.
It's an itty bitty teeny weeny. The girls' locker room doesn't seem to like that kind of place. It doesn't seem like that kind of place. You'd find something like that at least. Excuse me, there are bisexuals.
Yeah.
Or lesbians. You're gonna tell me Hina is straight?
Oh yeah, no, everyone automatically assumes. But in this entire game, may even franchise,
Yep.
Asahina is the closest probably towards Yuri.
Yeah.
But then again, that's also Hifumi talk.
Yeah, Hifumi gets disregarded. However, the fact she is at the very least a lesbian, or if we want to like really push it, she's bisexual with a leaning towards women. Okay, so here we go. Oh, but wait, that reminds me. This poster in the other locker room that's right. There's definitely something strange about this. The boys' locker room, and there's a poster of a popular boy band. In the girls' locker room, there's a poster of a big-breasted swimsuit model. Could the posters have been switched? But if they were, why? What reason would anyone have? Maybe I should talk to somebody who knows a little bit more about the locker rooms.
And then we talked to...
I talked to him earlier. I don't need to talk to him again.
Yeah, no one's in here. There's a shit stain on the floor.
Oh no! Bart, what do you do?
What do you mean, what did I do?
You're the one who said you needed to poop!
No, I was talking in Kyoko's voice.
That sounded nothing like Kyoko's voice. That sounded like a Porkity voice.
I'm gonna punch you in the You're using a walkthrough! You're cheating!
Oh, I'm not using a walkthrough, actually. That just kind of popped up.
Oh.
I don't know why.
I was gonna say you're cheating.
No, I wouldn't cheat. Well, I would if the game was too difficult for me, but this particular one, no.
I was about to do the Family Guy bit where I go, "You're a big fat phony!"
Alright. There's a strange stain on the carpet. What is it? Okay, so I can't do that. Okay. Okay, yes, I wish to leave. Okay. Yeah, I did already read this, yeah. But if you want to read...
Okay.
Ding ding ding! Hifumi has discovered evidence revealing the identity of the culprit.
I feel as if...
Another stat increase for me.
Evidence? What did you find?
I cannot reveal that just yet.
I'm sure.
But I guarantee that I found will steal the killer's breath from his lungs.
Are you sure about that?
Oh yes. Oh yeah. Miss Lunenberg said she witnessed something worthwhile too.
Really? What did she see?
It would
She refused to tell me. It's like when a girl bullies the boy she likes, right? Right?
Just like me looking at him going like... Bitch. Okay, so where is Celeste now?
The warehouse by the dorms. She was there, but at the same time, not there.
What does
What
that even mean?
the fuck does that mean? I swear that Hifumi needs to be on a list.
He is definitely on a list somewhere.
He's somewhere on a list. Why am I
Hello
so
there.
damn short?
Well, Makoto is canonically, like, the second to last.
Sorry.
One of, if not the shortest person now. Well, since Chihiro's dead, Makoto is the shortest person there.
Okay. Damn, I can't even win. I can't even win when it's a game. God damn.
I know. I guess it's just reflective of the person playing.
gonna smack you in 12 different languages. I swear to fuck.
You set yourself up.
Anyway.
Anywho.
Maybe
Sir,
we should have
fuck you.
confessed our embarrassing secrets after all. Damn it! I'm sorry, Chihiro. It's all because I wasn't strong enough.
The Despair Hotel. Okay, what the fuck does he mean? She's at the warehouse by the dorms, but she's not there. Okay, you're clearly here. Celeste, what are you doing here?
This warehouse is amazing. It has absolutely everything one might need to live a full life. From food to clothes to towels. There's endless supply to choose from. I see that, but have you found anything related to the case?
Most unfortunate.
I knew you were going to ask me that. I thought talking about the warehouse itself might misdirect you. But I see that it was pointless.
That's a really dumb thing, but okay. Then you did find something.
Very well. I will tell you, and only
Actually,
last night I saw her here. Chihiro was in the warehouse.
What, really?
indeed.
This was right before nighttime.
Hmm? What are you doing out this late?
Oh, I was just...
Are you planning to go exercise, perhaps?
What? How did you know?
Because I can see a blue track jacket sticking out of that duffel bag you're carrying.
Oh, you're right. Thanks. Well, I'd better get going. I'm kind of in a hurry.
She stuffed the jacket in her bag and in a hurry. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. And just like that, she was gone.
Yes, indeed.
I assumed she was merely stocking up to go exercise in the morning, but it would appear she ignored the nighttime rule and headed it directly to the girls' locker room.
Good job clipping that.
You guys are assholes. If she had broken our rule, none of this would have happened. You get what you deserve, I suppose. So apparently,
Bruh.
she went into the locker room late at night in order to exercise without anyone knowing.
So rude.
But the strange thing is, there's no trace of the tracksuit jacket or duffel bag Celeste said that she saw Chihiro carrying. Which would mean the killer would have gotten rid of it somehow. Celeste's account has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook.
The killer stuffed it in their butt.
Okay.
Perfect hidden space.
This is Chihiro's room. But now Chihiro's gone. Why? Why? Oh, I can't go in? Well, fuck you, I guess.
Yeah, no. The only way you can go into most of these rooms is if you complete, like, all their free time events. I wonder what Toko's doing. Just seeing you slowly turn her back around. That was funny.
This is Toko's room. I should probably leave her alone for now. Okay.
Okay, I thought that something would happen. That's my view. I'll hold this out. What's going on?
Oh, Hina! How's Toko doing?
God damn attention it!
What the hell?
Oh, sorry.
Everything okay?
Yeah, everything's fine.
Okay. Same as before. She won't come out, and she just keeps it mumbling something about Genocide Jack. So I just left her there. You left her. My head was all swimmy, and I was pretty hungry.
Yeah.
Oh, but don't worry. I was gonna head out as soon as I was done eating. Coco's not exactly pleasant, but I'm still worried about her. Speaking of which, what are you eating? A donut, of course!
Hell yeah.
Of course. There's two things
What
I'm
else?
sure God created. Outer space and donuts! Really?
You proceed to bring out outer space in your argument.
I bet Chihiro would have liked eating more donuts. Maybe that was her one big regret. I should have tried to spend more time with her.
Hey, Bork, tell your mum I said hi.
Ah! I don't think you're in the chat right now, but Marion just said it. Tell your mom she says hi.
I'm in the chat. I'll tell my mom when she gets home tomorrow, because her
She's still
and
on
my
the trip,
stepdad
right?
have been. Yeah, they're gonna come back tomorrow. They said.
Oh, that's nice.
Then my stepdad's gonna leave again on Wednesday, but that means I get the house to myself on my 2 days off. So,
Yay!
yeah.
No pants weekend!
Fuck yeah! No, it just means I get to actually voice act without having to worry about being too loud.
Those are two of the same things. I feel like we're talking about the same thing.
Real.
Come to think of it, who did she spend time with?
Well,
Yeah, she was a little bit strange. Didn't really hang out with the other girls much. It was like she was trying to keep her distance from us. Actually, Sakura said something similar. She said that even though oh wait, no, that's the wrong voice. She said that even though you and her invited Chihiro to exercise with you, she always refused.
yeah, totally.
Yeah, it's true. And it wasn't just us either. It was just like she stayed away from all the girls. Was
Maybe
she
she was
just
just a
shy?
shy lesbian.
I don't know. She talked to the boys all the time. Isn't that kind of weird to be shy around your own sex and then be fine with the opposite sex? Oh wait, maybe she was used to guys spoiling her. The law says you can't judge a book by its cover, right?
Oh, honey.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh,
Asahina.
honey.
You sweet little cinnamon roll.
Oh, baby girl.
I will say she's like the cinnamon roll of like the whole list.
You think
Of
so? I
characters.
never really saw her as that kind of girl.
Well, I'd say like she's more. Just to clarify, someone was game raging in the background.
Oh,
That's what
okay.
the yelling was. I get it. My stepdad does the same thing, and my stepbrother.
Aoi.
Owie.
Owie. Awie's account has been added into the truth bullet section of your handbook.
Finally, Aoi Asahina's OnlyFans account. I've been looking for so long.
Oh no! Bork, should we put
You're
you
good.
on a list?
No, I was going to give it to Fumi. He was going to give me $500 for it. I swear.
No! How could you?
It wasn't in
how
for the
could you
boobs, it was
sew
in for the
her up?
money. Cause I want, he was offering me the one thing I couldn't refuse, Crimson. Money.
You a hoe.
So apparently the Duke of Weaselton's gonna reappear in Zoom 2.
Oh,
I thought that was
Alan Tudyk?
Yeah, the Duke of Weaseltown.
This washing machine
Love Alan
has
Tudyk.
nothing to do with his face.
Yeah, there's nothing in here, to my memory.
Oh!
But a coin!
You got 38 of those boys, damn. You need to spend your money. I say as the devil on your shoulder.
Lockers. I have them as unlocked, but I don't see anything inside.
I think I remember using this detective music for a presentation on that one pilot script that I made, you know, the demonic detective, the one I gave you.
Yeah.
I think I used this as like the presentation music when I was explaining the plot.
That's funny.
Yeah. Again, Danganronpa has a good soundtrack for those type of
Oh yeah,
genres.
no, it does. It has a really good soundtrack.
I'm gonna change the push to talk just in case.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
Oh god, why are you still here?
I'm in your walls.
Why?
Because they're cozy.
Why? Bound with some kind of rope. It's not actually a rope at all. It's not the only thing that concerns me. Yep, we already covered this.
Oh no, dog crying.
Puppy?
Puppy's over it.
Standing near the... What are you doing, Benny?
I feel like the carpet might have been switched, because doesn't the other carpet have a stain?
Yeah, it does,
Yeah.
but I did touch that already and didn't... I wonder if I click this. There's blood stain on the carpet. I could only have been caused by Chihiro's murder. Okay. There's a huge blood stain on the floor. Okay. So I'm wondering if I... Okay, what other clues are there that I need?
Had to be the red herring.
No, I'm the Crimson Glow, not the red herring. Okay, there's a strange
I was doing the
stain on the carpet. What is it? Clearly, it's the clearly it is the coffee stain.
Yes, but you see, Makoto dumb.
Makoto very dumb. Okay, where would that thing be? Okay, there's a duffel bag.
How was your day today, Crimson?
It was good. It was chill. I slept in this morning, so I wasn't able to do, I wasn't able to do the stream earlier today. So I decided to do it this evening, although mine is going to be a little shorter today than it usually would be.
That's fair. I'm not trying to see, because after this I might head in and annoy one of Spirit's friends and play Repo. Hey, it's Let's Go Gambling!
Cool! I don't know what that was!
Yes, I was gonna say, what the hell is that?
Okay, that's a ticket to something, I think.
That's a ticket to my live show.
Here, on the Crimson Glow channel. Okay, we got another one of those things. I don't know what it is.
Crimson, I'm going to send you another gift.
Oh my god, it's a rock!
I give you the special gift of when I did a dance.
What kind of dance?
Well, actually, more accurately, I give you the gift of me at the prom.
Aww. Okay, it's a martial arts book.
If I can find the thing, dang. Here is the gift. Enjoy it. Once it uploads, I guess.
I have to look at it after the stream because I don't want it to accidentally show
It's
up.
a red scarf. It's literally no one can see my face because one, I was blonde, and two, the quality was too shit.
God damn, I have 3 of these? Okay.
What are those?
I don't know. Okay, this also has nothing to do with the case either.
Ah,
The AV room's not going to be important. That's not ready yet.
you wonder?
What is this? The heat source
Nice
for the
steamer.
sauna? I don't think it has anything to do with the incident. Yeah, it probably wouldn't.
You want me to try and help out?
No, I can do it. I can do it.
Okay, you can do it.
I can do it.
I'm looking at this video and I'm asking myself, why the fuck did I think going blonde was a good idea?
I don't know. You're already pale?
I guess, and mostly it was also because my older stepbrother was blonde too, so maybe it was that.
Maybe?
I don't know. It's because I have like darker roots. I kind of ended up having pudding hair like that guy from Hagman.
I thought you were about to say that you were Okay, there's half on the floor. Door won't budge. Must be locked.
Have you watched Hagman, Crimson?
I don't think so.
It's the one with the... I'll show you a picture. Let me find it.
Okay.
It's hilarious. Shabamalam.
Do 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 do.
Okay, but that's the anime.
Thank you for the bits!
I'm trying to remember what to do here.
Thank you so much for the bits. I really appreciate it. Oh, we haven't talked to you.
Oh, this guy.
Huh? Oh, hey, Makoto.
What's up? I haven't been up to anything myself, that's for sure. Definitely haven't looked inside the mailbox.
Huh?
Okay, so
To the mailbox.
there's a mailbox inside. Those are the handbooks.
Huh?
Okay. Okay, so you're useless.
As he always is.
As he always is.
I hate him. I will forever hate him.
All the
Have
way.
you been to the library yet?
I was in the library earlier, but I haven't checked after Byakuya was such a dick.
What's that? Hey, what's the link?
It's empty. The extension cord was here before.
Okay, so I'm reading here.
The lamp won't turn on. I see, it's not plugged in. The lamp cord isn't long enough to reach the outlet from here. And the last time I saw it, it was definitely on. It was definitely right here. Oh, that's right. Byakuya was using the extension cord. But there's no extension cord here now. I wonder if... Library desk lamp has been added into the truth bullet section of your handbook.
Check the archives again, because I think there might be something on one of them bookshelves.
Okay. want to take another look at the file from Genocide Jack. I know it was here somewhere. Oh, it's gone. Someone take it out of the archive? But the only one who would do something like that is... I can't think of anyone but Byakuya.
Oh, you did it.
I did it! I did it! I did it! I did
I
it!
helped you by cheating. I'm sorry, but also you were having a bit of trouble, so I helped.
Yeah, there
you,
was just the slightest bit. Like I was kind of looking around, going like, "This motherfucker right here."
There was just 2 things.
Yeah, it was just it was just a little baby thing.
Yeah, just the library area.
I'm not good with books, even though I actually just got. I'm so excited! I just got another book. So, I'm finishing up Nightmare Before Christmas, and then after that, I plan on it having a longer read with Out of Oz, which is the last book of the Wicked series, and the recent book I got to kind of like ease me out after, because that's a heavy read. Like that thing's thicker than the Bible. I got is called My Funny Demon Valentine.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, it's about the Asmodeus coming into Earth, and it's supposed to be a dark romance between Asmodeus and a struggling jazz musician.
Ah.
Super cute.
I'm getting tired of waiting. Shall we just plunge right in?
What the fuck?
Lol, you
It's the
took too
moment
long.
you've
Now
all
your
been waiting
candy's
for.
gone.
The class
That's what
trial.
happens.
You remember where to meet, right? Please go through the red door on the first floor of the school.
Class
See
trial
you
time?
soon.
Beginning of the class trial, or it's about to begin. The red door is right through here.
Are you gonna do the class trial?
Ahem. So is everyone ready to what? Am I blind or are we missing someone?
Yo.
Yeah, Toko's not here.
And Toko is...
You really don't remember?
Come on! Kidding! I'm just kidding. How could I forget that little nut job? She's a crucial part of the class trial this time.
What are you gonna do?
Okie dokie! I'll go ahead and drag her out here kicking and screaming. Just one moment, please.
And just like that, like he said, a few minutes later, he reappeared, dragging Toko behind him. I told him I didn't want to, but he forced me. I can't believe he would drag a girl around. Terrible! You're terrible!
Phew. So now everyone's here, right? Okay then, hustle onto the elevator and let's get this show on the road. I'll see you guys down there.
Let's go.
So shall we get going? It's time to find out who really killed Chihiro.
Chihiro Fujisaki. She was so gentle, so calm and meek. Nobody had any problems with her.
More like Chihiro Fujisaki.
Dude, she's dead.
And? Your point?
Dude, too soon. Someone made it a choice to kill a girl like that. And that murderer is one of us. Someone standing right here.
Hey, come on.
Fucking Toko, man. What's got her so worked up? I gave you plenty to work with. Show us how far your logic can take you.
I guess I wasn't much help at all on this one. There's something odd about Toko's behavior. I do not think mere shock is enough to explain it.
Very sad. Miss Fujisaki, I must admit, for being 3D, she was quite remarkable.
Bro!
Of course, just the idea of 3D makes me cringe.
You need to be on a list.
I don't know why the killer did what they did, but I'm sure it'll work itself out. Justice always prevails, right, bro?
Hey, Darth.
Ready? We doing this?
Well,
Sorry. I will uncover the villain who performed such heinous acts on a weaker individual.
Shall we go?
Shall we go? Shall we begin? We have no choice, right? We have to do this.
It's true.
Yes. I gave a small nod in reply. With one last breath, I walked towards the elevator on shaky legs. With each step forward, I could feel my heart starting to race faster and faster. As soon as everyone was on, the elevator began to descend. I couldn't get a handle on my emotions. I couldn't stop speculating. The steel box sank with heavy clunking sounds deeper and deeper into the ground. And as we went deeper, the uneasiness in my heart grew bigger and bigger. The elevator was unaffected, however, and continued to descend without hesitation until finally it came to a sudden stop.
What do you think? It's I redecorated. Isn't it so fresh? Isn't it so exciting?
Don't waste our time with stupid questions. Let's get this over with.
Good. You're raring to go. Gotta say, I don't hate it. Not at all. Well, okay then. Let's get this show on the road. Thrills, chills.
Oh, it's your birthday, Heights!
On your assigned seat.
Oh, Dice! It's your birthday! Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
And many more.
Yeah. And so the curtain opened once again. A deadly judgment. A deadly deception. A deadly betrayal. A deadly riddle. A deadly defense. A deadly diarrhea. A deadly faith. Deadly class trial.
Save your data. Trial time?
Let's go.
Oh shit, trial time.
All rise, the class trial.
Begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If
I'll be
you
right
can
back.
figure
One
out
sec.
who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Okay, then. So, first off, let's talk about the murder weapon!
First, we have to make it clear what was used to deliver the final blow. Make your argument.
Chihiro's fatal injury. It appears it was a head wound.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have...
Ah, shit. Okay.
Chihiro's fatal injury. It appears it was a head wound.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
I bet it was an iron pipe.
Oh, shit.
That
Damn it.
certainly would make for a powerful weapon.
No. Okay.
Chihiro's fatal injury. It appears it was a head wound.
Okay, come on.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
I bet it was an iron.
Oh, come on.
Interesting.
Damn it.
That certainly
why.
would make
It's
for
why.
a powerful weapon.
Poor Chihiro.
Okay.
Chihiro's fatal injury.
Why?
It
Why?
appears it was a head wound.
Yes.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
I bet it was an iron pipe.
Interesting.
Oh, come on! That was on
That
it!
certainly would make for a powerful weapon.
Poor Chihiro.
Chihiro's fatal injury.
Okay, I'm just gonna say someone invited me to help do repo because I forgot. Have a good stream in Melville. I'll see you on Tuesday. Is that the bio?
Could it have been?
I bet it was an iron pipe.
Okay, I love it now. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now. Bye-bye.
Enjoy the video of me dancing at the
Come
prom.
on! I had it! It was right there!
Poor Chihiro.
Trials are hard.
No, but I had it. I shot it.
Chihiro's fatal injury. It appears it was a head wound.
According to the Monokuma file, the killer used a blunt instrument. But what kind of blunt instrument could it have been?
I bet it was an iron pipe.
Finally! Fuck!
No, that's wrong.
Can we agree that the object that dealt the fatal blow was the dumbbell found at the scene of the crime?
Because y'all are dumb?
It was covered in blood. And there was nothing else at the scene that could have caused that kind of injury.
And the wound on the victim's head is consistent with the shape of the dumbbell.
I told you I was thorough.
As far as I'm concerned, there's no mistake and no room for doubt on this one.
You looked at her head wound?
Yeah, you didn't?
Yes! That's so creepy!
If you don't mind, I will proceed from here. Let's move on to discussion of the culprit. Although, I believe the criminal behind this heinous act is already quite clear.
What? For real?
Chihiro's killer is the fiendish serial killer, Genocide Jack.
Genocide Jack, the fiendish serial killer. Did he really kill Chihiro? A new element has been added to non-stop debates. Would you like to hear more? Yes, please. I'm already shit at this. For this debate, lines of white noise will appear to disrupt your attentions. Your truth bullets will disappear if you hit these lines. So think of them as obstacles in your way. There's a way to keep this white noise from getting in your way. Press A to attach the silencer, which you can use to shoot down the aliens. However, if you shoot a actual remark with your silencer instead of the white noise, the time limit decreases. Oh, and if your action difficulty is set to gentle, the white noise won't appear at all. Okay. I think I'm at normal. So it should appear.
The culprit is Genocide Jack. I'm sure of it. Case closed, as far as I'm concerned.
But that's impossible!
Why? What makes it impossible?
Well, I mean, come on! There's just no proof for it.
No, that's wrong!
Break.
I might know one reason he could be involved.
What?
I found this file while I was looking around the archive in the library. I guess it's some kind of confidential file the police put together about the Genocide Jack case.
What? That's kind of weird as shit, isn't it? What was something like that doing in the library?
The why of it is probably more trouble than it's worth, so let's forget about that for now. More importantly, it outlines all the specifics of every Genocide Jack case in exceeding detail. According to the file, there appear to be two defining characteristics in every Genocide Jack case. The first is that a bloody message is found written at the scene of every murder.
Oh, that's right. Boob lust.
Bloodlust, you bitch.
No. It's actually bloodlust.
But more important is the other characteristic, and it's something that has never been made public.
Never made public? What the hell is it?
Why don't you tell them, Makoto?
The other characteristic in every Genocide Jack case, which the world at large doesn't know. If I'm not mistaken, it's...
I got it! Apparently, in every Genocide Jack case, the killer suspends the body in a certain way. Other than the killer, the only people who know about this are the higher-ups in the police department.
However, Chihiro was most definitely suspended in the same way. So, how did the culprit know about this when only high-level police officials were aware of it? There's only one logical answer I can think of. It's because the culprit in this case is the real Genocide Jack.
No fucking way!
You're saying Genocide Jack is one of us?
Yes. In fact, it's Toko.
What?
Genocide Jack's true identity is Toko Fukawa.
What?
Hey, okay, wait, hold on a sec. Toko has, like, bloodophobia or whatever, remember? What kind of serial killer is afraid of blood?
Is Toko Genocide Jack? The answer is yes and no.
Another riddle. Man, why is this gotta be so complicated?
The riddle for sure, but I feel like I understand it. What it means for Genocide Jack to be Toko, but also not to be Toko. The answer is that she's not just one person, but multiple people, right? Hangman's Gambit.
Now I understand.
Shizu.
Is it because Genocide Jack has a split personality?
Huh?
I think I read that somewhere in the file too. They thought that the suspect might have, what did they call it? Dissociative identity disorder.
Oh, okay. But still, to go and say that about Miss Fukawa is
perfectly acceptable. Toko's strange behavior after seeing the body is proof enough that she has a split personality.
The one thing that shows that she has a...
I got it!
The behavior changed.
You're talking about how she started acting totally different than usual, right?
That's right. Think back. She fainted when she saw Chihiro's corpse, and then, when she woke up...
Oh, is that a dead body? Are you dead? She must have hit her head real hard when she fainted. The world has a front and back, top and ends, and a bottom, in the sea of truth of a web of lies. This is quite concerning. I mean, she sounds completely different.
She was acting funny, that's for sure. That melancholy tone of hers completely disappeared.
Don't go assigning adjectives to my tone without permission.
Not to mention, once she regained consciousness and saw Chihiro's body again, she was utterly calm. In other words, within her is one personality that can handle blood, and one that obviously can.
So when Toko trapped herself in her room, it's because she was scared of Genocide Jack?
I won't let Genocide Jack have control. I'll drive out the killer. Drive out the murderous fiend.
The reason she locked herself in her room wasn't to keep other people from getting in. It was to keep her other personality from getting out.
What?
Toko was afraid. Afraid of the murderous fiend inside of her. Of killing even more people.
How? Yeah. How can you know all this?
I do believe you misunderstood her. What she's trying to say isn't, how can you know all this? No. What she wants to know is, how could you tell them?
Huh?
Last night, just before Monokuma gave his motive speech, Toko and I had a strange conversation. She told me a most interesting story. She said a murderous fiend lived within her, and she was afraid it could appear and attack at any time. And that trepidation is what's caused her to have such a bleak attitude. Isn't that right, Toko?
This is all a lie. Right, Toko?
You said you wouldn't tell anyone.
What?
You promised. I can't believe you lied.
You have only yourself to blame. You came to me with your tragic little story. I didn't ask you to. This is the real world, not some romantic fantasy fairy tale. Besides, you broke your promise first. You said that as long as you were here, no matter what, you wouldn't let Genocide Jack kill anyone. But in spite of that promise...
I'm sorry I couldn't keep our promise. Don't worry, never again. I won't let Genocide Jack have control ever again!
You said if I kept my promise, you would go out with me. That's the only reason I promised.
How many times do I have to tell you? I never said that, but you weren't able to do it. You just couldn't resist that rush you got from killing, could you?
I tried. I swear I tried to control it,
But your efforts were useless. What a disappointment.
I hate you.
Well, the opening act is nearly finished. All that's left is to hear from the person in question directly.
The person? You don't mean...
Toko's body suddenly lunged backwards. A huge thud echoed across the courtroom. But in the next second...
Hello there! Is it me you were hoping to see? What the heck? So you figured it out, huh? Well, whatever. What are you gonna do? I'm the ultimate murderous fiend, Genocide Jack! Or better yet, let's go with Genocide Jill!
What the fuck is this?
What happened to you?
Not Toko. That's a loser name. And what happened is a textbook split personality. So what if one of them happens to be a serial killer? You should turn a blind eye to one's fault.
Intense.
Like they say, sound in murderous mind, sound in murderous body.
This one is so different from the one we've come to know.
Yes, well, the world is composed of a front and a back, you know. Just like how every inning has a top and a bottom, or how in the depths of every truth lives a little lie. Behind every dark and gloomy soul lives another that shines as bright as the sun!
This is the murderous fiend, Genocide Jack? This is beyond insane.
Miss Jack, Jill, can I ask you a question?
What's up?
Some of us think you might be the mastermind behind our entire situation. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll tell you. I am the mastermind of all masterminds. Just kidding.
Then it's not true?
Of course it's not true! How dare you try to link me to that creepazoid?
Hey, but what that tongue do, though?
And another thing, the police and government and society in the outside world are totally powerless! I mean, they just let this idiotic, bloodthirsty maniac go buck wild all over town!
Sure, I'm a bloodthirsty maniac, but life is pain, right? To live is to hurt other people. It's a necessary evil if you want to survive. The act of living itself causes pain for everyone.
Just kidding again!
Mushy, mushy.
Hello.
What have I missed?
We just got to the trial with the big twist that Toko is Genocide Jack and Chihiro is dead.
White development.
Yeah.
This should be enough to convince you. This murderous fiend is responsible for Chihiro's death. There's clearly a motive, so there should be no doubt.
A motive?
Remember what Monokuma told us? If someone didn't murder and graduate within 24 hours, an embarrassing memory or secret would be revealed. Well, let's assume that Toko's secret was about Genocide Jack. If a secret like that came to light, Toko's life would have undoubtedly been forever ruined. So she had a very clear motive to never have that side of herself exposed.
Interesting. Very, very, very interesting.
Genocide Jack or Jill?
They've been calling her Genocide Jack, but because she's revealed to be a girl, they went with Jill.
But sorry, as much as I hate to admit it, I'm not the culprit.
But I cannot imagine anyone other than you could murder someone in such a bizarre fashion.
Maybe so, but nevertheless, it's the
It's a bizarre fashion, specifically.
Do you really expect any of us to believe you?
Yeah. I could never believe a word you say, you monster!
Maybe she's actually right about that, but something's still bothering me. What she said, I need to get some more details about all this. Boom, 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 boom.
Sorry, but I didn't kill anyone!
You say that, but do you really expect any of us to believe it?
Perhaps if you had an alibi, that would change things.
Oh, an alibi, huh? Now we're talking!
When you compare your past murders to this incident,
I don't know if she's
modus
more sane or
operandi
less sane.
matches completely.
No, it's wrong. Are the methods of murder really exactly the same? I'm not so sure about that. I think there's a slight difference between the Genocide Jack cases and this one.
Huh? How's it any different?
Uh-oh, you don't know? Well then, human garbage, let me tell you!
What's with the tongue?
I murder with passion and conviction. I consider myself a professional, and I have a very particular way of doing things. Imagine you go to a fancy Italian restaurant. They're very picky about the noodles, the sauce, everything. But what happened to Chihiro? It'd be like if that same Italian restaurant started using ragu or Chef Boyardee. This is no creation of mine.
Let me rephrase that.
I wonder if that's like a nice localization thing. It seems pretty nice.
I think that it probably is. They probably were like, oh, it's ramen, and it would be like if you used Marushin.
I mean, I would
There are
get
two clear
that, but like,
differences between the Genocide Jack cases
this
and
was done in like in 2010. It's an old ass game. There's
I
one
mean,
weird.
if you wanted to like incorporate ramen, you could say like imagine that you were told to make like decent ramen and instead you use cup noodle.
Yeah, that's so.
I think a lot of people would get that.
Yeah.
I'm having fun watching this trial.
For one, the cause of death is different.
It's better to do the
In the
game
Genocide Jack murders,
than the
all
anime,
the
if I have
victims
to
were
be
killed
honest.
the same way. According
what
to
regard?
the case
Yeah.
file, they were all apparently killed with a pair of scissors. But Chihiro died from a blow to the head, right? Ah, yes. That is remarkably different from the other murders. Wouldn't it be strange for someone who kills the same way without fail to suddenly change their method? And there's more. One more conflicting detail.
That's right! In my recipe of murder, if the bloody message is the tortellini, then the arrangement of the body would be the pesto sauce!
Could you please stop comparing killing people to cooking?
So, are you saying the other difference has to do with how the body was arranged?
That's right. The second difference is related to how she was suspended. Also, the reason why is because the anime, while it is, it's not inaccurate to anything. The anime doesn't actually like have that connection to like the investigation portion. Most of it is focused on the murder and then the class trial, and that's it.
I see. So like it doesn't let you like stew in like the mystery or
Not
like
really.
solve it in real time.
Yeah. In the photos of the other genocide jacket cases, all the other victims were stabbed through their hands. Here, you'll see the clear difference and what was used to suspend her.
Do you remember what the killer used to suspend her? They used some kind of rope to hang her up by her wrists.
What is your point?
Well, in all the previous genocide jack cases, something else was used to suspend them. Specifically, pairs of razor-sharp scissors.
And guess what? I used my own specially designed scissors for the murders and the arrangement. Like I said, I'm a professional, so naturally I'm very picky about the tools I use. And you know what else? Big Mac said there's two differences, but he's wrong.
Big Mac? Are you referring to me?
Listen up, Big Mac. There's actually one more difference.
Is it because he's short?
Yeah, I feel like this is more short jokes.
I'd call you Little Mac, except that's under copyright.
My word, you really didn't notice? Take a look at who the victims were in each genocide jack case. There's a pattern there, just waiting to be discovered.
Pattern?
Figure that out, and it'll be plain as death why I couldn't have possibly killed that little lolly girl.
Let's see here. There was a pattern surrounding the genocide jack victims, and Chihiro didn't fit it? If you look at the names of every victim, what you'll notice is, I think I figured it out. Chihiro was a girl!
Is it because Chihiro was a girl?
Bingo! Bullseye! Right on the money!
What are you talking about?
In all the genocide jack cases, all the victims had something in common.
Ken Harada, 32. Tatsuhiro Honda, 17. Shuji Gaku, 23. Kanusai, all of them!
They were all guys?
That's right! The people I kill with such passion and conviction are all adorable little men! I can't believe I said it! I'm so embarrassed!
The hell is wrong with you?
I can't help it! I'm just a full-throttle boy-on-boy fangirl, and the mopey side of me just hates it. But now I'm on the fast track to becoming a full-fledged fan madam!
So since Chihiro was a
So we're
girl,
just confirming
not
that she's
an
killed people.
adorable little
Yeah, no, she's killed people, just not today.
Would an Italian chef suddenly start making ramen just because they're both noodles? Don't be
Oh, she does make the thing.
I have too much
Well,
passion
she
and
makes
conviction
a
to cross that
comparison.
line. That's the absolute reality of the one and only.
We get it. You've clearly explained your hobby and your philosophy. But that's not all there is to it. It's a different matter entirely when you're forced to kill in order to survive.
Quiet, lowly cur!
Lowly cur?
I would never kill for a reason as petty as mere survival. And if
We
by
called her
some
a cur.
fluke I
That's an
did
insult I
kill
think
to
you'd
survive,
understand.
why would I bother with the message and arrangement? It'd make me the obvious suspect.
That
does make some amount of sense.
Plus, whatever reason I have for killing, I would never leave out my prized scissors. Who would go out of their way to use a big, stupid, heavy dumbbell?
Maybe you used the dumbbell because you couldn't find any scissors in the school?
Any scissors? I don't just use any scissors. I only use my own set of high-class, envy of the entire world scissors!
Okay, whatever. There still aren't any in the school.
Are you sure about that?
She's
Oh,
fully
she has like
equipped!
the ninja stance.
Right.
That's right! So I
Or
can
like
go
the
anywhere, anytime!
Alexander Anderson stance, at least. Almost.
Almost. And yes, this is a JoJo's reference.
Why would I resort to dumbbells or rope
Well,
when I have my
almost, sort of. Not really.
scissors by my side? Go ahead, tell me I'm wrong! You can't, can you? Gutter dogs, all of you!
Oh, I have to go cook dinner. I'll be,
I
have to go do that. I don't know if I'll be back in time.
It's okay.
But you guys have a good stream, okay?
Alright, thanks for coming. Bye.
Bye.
How long were you gonna stream?
Maybe another hour and a half.
Alright. Because I also have to there, but it should only take like 15 minutes.
Oh,
But I
okay.
will have the fan on, so I'll be like muting myself.
That's all good. Thank you.
BRB.
But the body really was suspended, right? And nobody but the police knew about that.
Yeah! That's why we figured it had to be the real deal, and not some copycat killer or whatever.
Actually, hold on. There is one person. One person who could have copied the Genocide Jack cases.
Here's my answer.
Got it.
Byakuya, it's possible you could have found out, isn't it? You'd have no problem gaining access to classified government documents or internal police records. Plus, you'd already looked through the Genocide Jack file before this all happened, hadn't you?
Are you saying Mr. Togami did it?
Then, the reason he pushed the theory of Genocide Jack being the killer so hard was because he wanted to pin the crime on her.
So, he rearranged the scene to disguise it and make it look like I put my stamp on it! The adorable glasses man was behind it all! Oh, I'm on fire!
Well, Byakuya, what's your response?
I see. So now the suspicion falls on me. Then I must ask, when would you say I began acting suspicious? Surely you must have an answer.
Looking back and thinking about it now, the way you were acting right before we discovered the body was a little strange.
And the lockers, they're suspicious. Very suspicious indeed. Wouldn't you agree? Huh? Suspicious? It seems nobody searched the locker rooms. Let's start with the girls' locker room.
You wanted to go to the girls' locker room right away, right? But since you're a guy...
I should have naturally thought of the boys' locker room first. Is that what you want to say? The victim was Chihiro, a girl. Hence why I said we should check the girls' locker room.
Nothing strange about that, I'd say.
On the contrary, there's something very strange.
Okay then, what's so strange about it? Go ahead, share with the rest of the class.
There's a clear contradiction in what Byakuya said. He just said, I need to make it clear to everyone. A new element has been added to non-stop debates. Would you like to hear it? Truth flashback. If you aim at a weak spot, hold down yellow. Why? And then memorize that weak spot. This memorized phrase can only be shot once with it as a single truth bullet. If you shoot or change the truth bullet, it will disappear in your truth cylinder. However, you can use this flashback feature as many times as you like. If you don't seem to have the answer to a lie or a contradiction in your loaded truth bullets, it might be wise to memorize different weak spots and use that to make your case. When's the best time to flash back? Well, you'll just have to use your keen wit. Fuck. Alright, let's go.
Probably not best to skip on the tutorials.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird...
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out the girls' locker room,
You absolutely take it! That's a natural reaction for any guy!
The victim was Chihiro, who was a girl. So, of course, I would suggest we check the girls' locker room first. There was no time for pointless distractions.
I got the pets.
What's
Thank
so
you for the
strange
pets.
about that?
I wish you'd taken me with you.
The fuck, bro? Being a girl is a clear contradiction there. It doesn't make any sense that he could have known before he found it.
So, you said Byakuya was acting kind of weird before we found the body. But he was acting weird...
If you're presented with the opportunity to check out the girls' locker room,
You absolutely take it! That's a natural reaction for any guy!
The victim was Chihiro.
No, that's wrong!
No, that's wrong! It wasn't Chihiro! Then who was it, fucker? I mean, it was, but it
I'll
wasn't...
tell you what's so strange about that. Because up until we actually discovered the body, we couldn't have known who the victim was. So your claim that you went to the girls' locker room first because Chihiro was the victim doesn't hold up.
I see.
Hey, wait a minute, how to get past the minigun?
Interesting. Very interesting indeed. But your reasoning is still too weak. Huh? What's wrong? Is that it? Surely you've got more than that. Go ahead. Show us.
What's with Byakuya's attitude? It's like he doesn't even care. I've got him
I mean,
cornered.
you kind of know this.
But...
Also, can you hear my fan?
Not really.
Okay.
He's acting like it has nothing to do with it.
What's the matter? You're not finished already, are you? There must be more to it.
There is. I think.
There is more to it. Think about it. We just talked about the differences between this case and past Genocide Jack incidents. The proof you're looking for is hidden in there.
Oh? Proof that I'm the culprit,
thanks. You gonna tell us?
The differences between this case and other Genocide Jack murders. The evidence that proves Byakuya is responsible is hidden in there. What could it be?
What? The difference between the cases? You want me to explain it again? When I want to kill, I use my very own special scissors. And I use those same scissors to arrange the body.
But Chihiro was suspended with... It was some kind of rope. Was it not?
That's right! It absolutely was!
then there must be something very fishy indeed about that rope.
Hey, Byakuya, where'd you get it from, huh?
I'd never seen that rope before in my life.
No, it's wrong!
Break.
Actually, I'm pretty sure you have seen it before. Because, you see, that rope, or should I say, that extension cord?
What?
Extension cord?
What, wait, you guys didn't know it was a rope? Like it wasn't a rope, it was an extension cord?
Yeah, they're kind of dumb.
And the same extension cord that was in the library
the same
all this
material.
time? went
How are these
missing
guys the
after
gifted
the
students?
Well, to be fair, they're not exactly gifted detectives, except for one of them.
Yeah. Only one of them
There's
is,
no
and she's
way
not
someone
presenting. I
who
guess,
uses
like,
that
I guess
extension
Makoto
cord
is
as much as
lucky
you
that
do
makes him the lawyer, and
discover that
the
fact.
detective is just a detective. She just...
And Byakuya must be the one who took the extension cord. I can't imagine any other possibility.
That's really what you think?
Well, isn't that Makoto
And
has
your
to do,
conclusion
like,
is
all
something
the,
like
all the,
this?
like, front-facing stuff, whereas, like, the actual detective, like, the girl, doesn't.
Kyoko, I don't know. I don't know what Kyoko's deal is.
I killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, then hung her up and wrote that bloody message. I intentionally made it look like Genocide Jack was behind it. Is that about right?
Well, you said it, not me.
He did it again. He's totally calm. Totally unconcerned. As if he's not
Isn't
even
he, like...
involved. Wait, not even involved.
What's wrong?
Isn't he always
I
like
asked
that?
you if you think that's what happened.
Hell yes, that's what happened. So that's it, right? Byakuya's the killer.
I don't disagree with not disagreeing.
He kept calling this a game, right? So he'd be totally willing to do something like this to win.
Sorry, but could we hold on just a second? I think we need to talk about this a little more.
Sure. Do we really need to? We've already decided who did it.
I know, but still, there's something that's still bothering me.
Is that right? And what, pray tell, is still bothering you? I killed her in the girls' locker room, then disguised my crime. Specifically, I dressed it up to make it look like it was the work of a homicidal psychopath. What
As opposed to
about
me,
all that
who was very put
bothers
together.
Wait. What was that just now? Something's not right. Chihiro's body was definitely found in the girls' locker room, but does that mean... Can I really just accept that what Byakuya said as the truth? No, I don't think so.
I got it! You say you killed Chihiro in the girls' locker room, right? But are you sure about that? Isn't it possible that the murder took place somewhere else?
Also, like, am I not mistaken?
disappointing.
What happened with the machine gun?
I don't fucking know at this point.
What kind of question
Like, isn't the whole
is
point
that?
of that, like,
Even
minigun
in
to
the
prevent
world
anyone
of
from,
disappointments,
like,
this
from
is
like,
a
different
true
genders from
letdown.
going to the different, like, locker rooms?
I think they're gonna get to that.
She was found dead in the girls' locker room.
I feel like
there
that'd
is
be the first,
absolutely
like,
no
question.
question about that. How could the scene of the crime have been anywhere else?
Well, I think it's entirely possible that she was killed somewhere else, then carried there later, along with the rest of the murder scene.
The rest of the murder scene? That was
Like,
awfully
picked it up and
specific.
moved
Please tell me you have a reason for saying all of that.
I believe I do.
Hey, Byakuya. Did I just take you off guard? When the story suddenly moved to the crime scene, Byakuya, who'd been so confident up until now. Maybe Byakuya never even realized that the actual scene of the crime could have been...
Hey! Don't just move on without permission! What do you mean she was killed somewhere else?
Come on, Makoto. If there's any chance the murder took place somewhere else, let's see the proof.
Evidence that shows that the murder took place elsewhere? No. What are you talking about? That is... Alright.
I got it!
Okay, I guess the posters.
The proof that she was killed somewhere else is the poster that's hanging in each locker room.
Your proof is some posters?
There's
The
lean all
poster
over
in the
them.
girls' locker room was a picture of a big-boobed supermodel. But don't you think that's kind of strange? Why would the girls' locker room have a poster like that?
I bet those massive jugs of hers were totally fake!
Meanwhile, the boys' locker room had a poster of the super popular boy band Tornado. Again, that doesn't really seem to belong in a boys' locker room.
So you're saying that maybe the posters were switched?
And there's one other thing I noticed about the locker rooms. You know what I'm talking about, right, Sakura?
You're referring to my protein coffee, aren't you?
Protein coffee?
Protein coffee?
While I was in the girls'
Exactly,
locker
okay.
room earlier, I spilled some protein coffee on the carpet. But I noticed that after the murder, the stain had been totally scrubbed away.
No, that's not... It's not that the stain was scrubbed away. It was moved.
Oh, this is where the carpet comes in.
I got it! The stain on the girls' locker room carpet wasn't scrubbed away. In fact, I found it on the boys' locker room carpet.
That's definitely the stain from my protein coffee.
Then, does that mean that the carpets were switched too? But why would anyone do that?
To move the murder scene from one locker room to the other. It's certainly plausible, don't you think? What? In other words, in order to completely swap the scene of the crime, the blood-stained poster and carpet were moved along with the dead body. By
I feel
doing
like
this,
it'd be easier
the
to
killer
just
was
swap
able
the
to change
signs
the
around.
entire room where the murder took place.
I can certainly follow your reasoning,
But the doors
why
are
would
colored.
the culprit bother doing that?
They're color coordinated.
Huh?
Why would they go through all that trouble of switching the scene of the crime? Actually, an even bigger question. If the murder did take place in the boys' locker room, then how did Chihiro get in the boys' locker room in the first place? To get into the locker rooms, you have to swipe your e-handbook across the card reader device, but Chihiro's handbook should have only allowed her access to the girls' locker room. She had no way to get into the boys' locker room to begin with.
No, she did have a way, and I can tell you what it was.
I highly doubt that.
Shut up! I'm telling you, I know how she could have done it.
Is he right? Could Chihiro really have gotten into the boys' locker room somehow? Dun, 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 dun.
Is it really possible? Could Chihiro really have gotten into the boys' locker room somehow?
Ah! I got it! She must have hacked her e-handbook! She was the ultimate programmer, after all. I'm sure that would have been no problem for her.
No, I don't think that's it. She used the thing that was in the main hall.
Huh? What thing?
I'm talking about Leon's handbook, of course.
No, it's wrong! No, I don't think Chihiro used Leon's handbook.
Why not?
Because Leon's handbook was broken.
Oh. Well, then, yeah, I guess that'd be pretty impossible, huh?
I am struck silent by how quickly you gave up.
Damn!
Plus, isn't there a regulation against using someone else's handbook?
Actually, the rule states that loaning your handbook is prohibited. It says nothing about borrowing one. In other words, you could borrow a dead person's handbook all you want, and you'd be safe.
Yup, yup, yup! Hit the nail square on the noggin!
Of course, if it were broken, that wouldn't make any sense anyway.
So then, she must have hacked hers, like I said. She used her ultimate programmer skills and...
You can't fix an e-handbook. The instant you open one up, a security buzzer starts blaring.
So, if she didn't use Leon's handbook, and she didn't modify her own handbook...
Maybe Mr. Naegi's initial assumption is just... wrong?
It seems like there's no way she could have got into the boys' locker room. So I guess so.
Okay then, I vote for Byakuya.
Is that it then? Chihiro was killed in the girls' locker room and Byakuya was the one who did it? Really? But still, I don't know what else I can do.
Hold on a second. I agree with you, though. I think you're on the right track.
What the? You finally decide to open your mouth and that's what you've got to say? There's no way she could get in the boys' locker room, right?
Why are you so sure she couldn't get in? There's still one other way she could have gained access.
What?
What are you talking about? What other way is there?
Well, to explain that, why don't we take a little break from the trial? I'd like you all to come see something.
Wait! Just what do you think you're doing?
Don't worry. This'll make the whole trial more exciting. I'm sure that thought must please you.
Huh?
Bye, Dice. Happy birthday, and you have a great day and great sleep.
Well, all right then. I declare an official class trial recess.
For real?
Now then, what is it you want to show us? It better not be boring or I'll be very unhappy.
Oh, I have no doubt it'll meet your lofty expectations. So, shall we go?
Before I even knew what was happening, the class trial had been put on a hold, and we headed off with Kyoko in the lead, where she took us to.
The girls' locker room?
You've already searched this place top to bottom. What are you trying to pull, Missy?
I'd like you to examine the victim's body one more time.
You want to check it again?
Be sure to examine the entire body very carefully. Take your time.
Examine her carefully? Like using our hands?
Except for you, specifically not you.
No way!
It's probably best if I don't run my hands all over a girl's dead body.
It's not that I'm creeped out or anything. It's
no.
Just based on religious grounds, you know?
Very well. I'll do it.
But you're a girl. You shouldn't have to touch a dead body. Just let one of the boys do it.
No, the boys are a bunch of pussies.
No, it's okay. I think Chihiro would rather have a girl examine her. So just leave this to me.
What is this? Some kind of secret girl-on-girl action? Is that what you two are about? That's not it at all. Stop screwing around.
I have chicken fries.
Chicken fries.
I'm sorry, Chihiro. Please excuse the intrusion.
Putting her hands together in a brief prayer, Sakura then began to quietly examine the
Be
body.
sure to check her entire body, and I believe we will solve this particular mystery.
Her entire body? I know you say that, but... What? This
Why do we have to do all the work?
What is...
Like, why can't you just tell us?
What is it? Not possible. It's not possible.
Sakura's eyes were staring wildly at Chihiro's lifeless form. Her massive frame trembled.
This girl...
Is what?
Is a boy!
Ah, I see. So she was actually a he. Interesting. Thank you for confirming this fact.
What? You're joking, right?
He was really put together a second ago.
Then it's really true?
Chihiro was a guy?
Oh, what? You guys didn't know? Heck, I knew that right off the bat.
You don't count,
He was totally a guy.
He was a cross-dresser? Oh, I'm really on fire! I wish I had killed him!
This is really not helping your case.
So that's what Kyoko wanted to show everyone, huh? Interesting.
Kyoko, why did you just tell us?
Yes,
why did you have someone look at it?
Yeah, I feel like that's more humiliating.
Now let's ride
But I
this
guess
wave
since
of excitement
they've been
back
doing
to
that
courtroom
the
and
whole
get
time,
back to the
that they
trial.
probably
I
wouldn't
guess-
believe her unless they had proof.
I mean, I guess, like, you need, like, proof. But also, you haven't said anything ever
Apologize
before.
for keeping you waiting. Now then, let's resume the class trial. We've all just learned of the shocking revelation that Chihiro was actually a boy. Let's pick up from there.
Pouring myself a little coffee. Just a little bit of coffers.
Speaking of which, I also
Yes,
need to
well.
drink.
I don't know his reason for hiding it, but the fact is, Chihiro was not a girl, but a boy.
To think that Chihiro was actually a guy. Like I said, this one was particularly sexist. And possibly lightly transphobic? The thought had never
And
crossed my
because the
mind.
victim was male, he would have had no problem gaining access to the boys' locker room.
Assuming his handbook did, in fact, list his gender as male, then yes, that would be true.
Of course his handbook said he was a boy. He dressed like a girl, but he was a boy through and through.
So then, there should be no issue with Makoto's initial assertion. The victim was killed in the boys' locker room, and was then later moved to the girls' locker room, and the killer could have easily used Sayaka or Junko's handbook to get into the girls' locker room.
So Chihiro really was killed in the boys' locker room?
I still don't understand the motive for moving the body, but yes, that does seem plausible.
Well, I must admit, I did find it rather odd. I knew he felt a little off. There was a certain incongruity to his female body.
This is the most titillating situation!
So now everything has been connected.
Okay, well, connected or clear or whatever. We still think you're the killer, remember?
Very interesting. This has become very interesting indeed.
He's off in his own little world.
What about you, Makoto? After everything we've learned, do you still think Byakuya's the killer?
Well, without a doubt, Byakuya's the one that made Chihiro's death look like Genocide Jack did it. But I think he might not actually be the killer after all.
What? But aren't you the one who accused him in the first place?
He just seems to be too easygoing about all this. Like he's enjoying us solving the mystery. The way he's acting, it makes it seem like it doesn't have anything to do with him.
Unless that's a way of throwing you off.
And you think that might be because it doesn't have anything to do with him?
Plus, the evidence he left behind was a little too... how can I put it? Overt. He consciously chose to use the extension cord, knowing it could connect him to the murder. At least, that's how I see it. And Byakuya,
or he's an idiot.
When you found out the murder took place in the boys' locker
But it is like an
it
orgy.
seemed to
of
rattle you.
evidence.
And then again, when you found out Chihiro was actually a guy. If you really were the killer, that stuff wouldn't have had any effect on you.
So that's your thinking, huh? Well, it bothers me that you don't have more concrete reasons, but it's fine. I guess I'll mark it as correct for the time being.
Mark it as correct?
He's right. I am not the culprit. I just happened to come across the corpse in the girls' locker room and decided to alter it.
Are you fucking with us right now?
No, I am not effing with you right now. I'm telling you the truth.
Well, I find it very hard to believe.
Go ahead. Find it very hard to believe. You're free to be executed along with the rest of us.
If you're really telling the truth, then why? Why do you do that to his body?
My reasons hardly matter right now. Uncovering the culprit is much more important, wouldn't you say? Now then, if it wasn't me, who was it?
Well, I don't think I can say for sure without talking about it a little more.
You're seriously gonna keep going? We're all good, aren't we? I thought it was clear Byakuya did it.
You're an idiot, though. I can't trust you for shit.
No, I'm with Makoto.
I mean, I think it's more
Without
like he's
doubt
just
whatsoever,
lazy.
we need to explore everything.
Both of those
He'd
can
rather,
be
like-
correct.
Because if
I mean,
we're
true,
wrong,
yes.
we
It's more
all
that he just
die
doesn't
here.
want to keep going this trial, which is admittedly very convoluted.
That's true. Very well then. I'm with you too.
Damn straight. Count me in.
Do you not have a mind of your own?
Of course I do. What am I, an ant or something?
Anyway, let's discuss this all as a group one more time. We still have time to make our decision.
That's very true.
Our lives are all on the line.
Excellent. Then shall we resume our game of hide and seek?
But if Byakuya didn't do it, then who's the real killer? Who murdered Chihiro? There's one thing we can be sure that we know about the killer. The killer was able to gain access to the real murder scene, which means...
I got it!
Since the crime scene was the boys' locker room, you would need a boys' handbook to get in. Since Leon's handbook is apparently broken...
How was the...
Sorry, go ahead.
But how was the girls' locker room and stuff switched?
They are probably gonna get into it.
Maybe.
The killer would have...
I don't know. They're thinking a little. They think a little too slow for my liking.
The killer would have had their own. In other words, it had to have been a guy. But that's not enough. I need to find some more clues. it's less sex.
Isn't there a single clue that might lead us to who did it?
Well, clues are one thing, but did nobody get a look at the killer?
I'm sure if someone saw the killer, they would have said something by now.
Perhaps someone saw the victim at some point. Even that might be enough for now.
Yeah. All we need right now is any kind of new info.
It's over. It's all over. You want to know who
Thank you,
saw
very
the victim?
insightful.
The killer. And only the killer.
No, it's wrong.
Boom, bitch!
I believe someone else did see the victim before he was murdered. What do you think, Celeste?
Now that you mention it, yes, I did see him.
Really?
Oh, but I suppose only Makoto knows about this. The rest of you had no idea, did you? That is why you're all making such ugly noises.
Whatever! Just hurry up and tell us!
It was last night.
My noises are
right before
ugly.
nighttime. I saw Chihiro in the dormitory warehouse. I saw him stuffing a track jacket into a duffel bag, and then, I assume, he headed off to exercise.
A track jacket and a duffel bag? But we didn't find anything like that at the murder scene.
It seems likely that the culprit destroyed them to get rid of any evidence.
And that is when he said something that struck me as rather odd.
Well, I'd better get going. I'm kind of in a hurry.
Chihiro told me he was in a hurry, but
He was
why
very
would he be in a
unlikely. He was
hurry?
never hurrying for
Only if
anything.
someone were waiting for him.
He was
I
quite
should
slow
think.
though.
So, Mr. Fujisaki was on his way to meet with someone, and then they were going to work out together?
But Hina and I had invited him to exercise with us plenty of times, and he always declined.
Probably because he was afraid you'd find out the secret he was hiding, right?
Which means that conversely, he must have trusted whoever he was meeting with very much, enough so that he was willing to risk his secret being revealed.
Oh, what a marvelous friendship! The point is, whoever he met up with is the culprit, right? So we just gotta figure out who it was.
But knowing what we know,
And
we can't even guess.
there's also worried about the secret,
You
and also
already
worried
have what you need to
that
make the
Sakura would
connection.
destroy him.
Oh, yeah.
Huh?
You know who the killer is.
Seriously?
Do I now?
Who's the killer?
Think back to the track jacket and duffel bag the killer disposed of. Focus on the details
Is she a
of
detective or a
these
teacher?
items, and it should become obvious who was waiting for him.
Are you sure about that? You really think we can figure out who did it based on two pieces of evidence that we don't have?
What? You want to track down some fingerprints or something?
Even if we had the equipment for that, we wouldn't know how to use it.
As was noted, the evidence is already gone. There's nothing to get fingerprints from.
Maybe, but we can make certain inferences if we just take the time to talk it out.
Easy for you to say, but fine. Celeste, did you notice anything special about the bag or jacket?
The bag was just a normal duffel bag from the warehouse. All the bags in there are the same, so I can't imagine what would make that one special.
Well, if I remember right, there was a decent variety of tracksuits to choose from. Do you think there might be some connection between the culprit and Chihiro's jacket?
Perhaps. Let's explore that and talk a bit more about the jacket he took.
Does Chihiro's jacket really hold some clue about the killer? Somehow it's really hard to plead.
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
Oops.
Oops.
What the hell are you talking about? Just shut up, you little bitch.
Okay.
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
Damn it! Oh, come on, that was perfect!
Shoot!
I mean, I think you already did that.
No, but I didn't say that, I just said...
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed.
Okay.
He was on his way to go exercise.
Okay.
So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
I don't even have a tracksuit. Because exercising sucks.
I have a white tracksuit personally. I got it from the warehouse, if you must know.
Did any of that
Thank you.
really help us
Very
getting
insightful.
closer to figuring out who the culprit is?
No way. Not a chance.
You heard him, right? What he just said.
Okay, so it is that.
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
So, what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him? My tracksuit is black.
No! Motherfucker!
You missed by a pixel.
First of all, we know where Chihiro was headed. He was on his way to go exercise. So next we have to ask, why did he choose the specific tracksuit that he did?
What do you mean, the specific tracksuit?
I got it! He picked that tracksuit because it matched the one the culprit was wearing.
Yeah, how did he know?
Come on.
So,
Exactly.
what you're saying is, the killer was wearing the same blue tracksuit as him?
There we go!
Objection!
No, that's wrong!
Hold on a second, Mondo. What did you just say?
Huh? What'd I say?
When Celeste testified a few minutes ago, she said...
I saw him stuffing a tracksuit jacket into the duffel bag. And then I assumed he headed off to exercise.
She never said anything about the jacket's color, so why did you say Chihiro's blue tracksuit?
What are you... You just... Hey, Celeste. What color was Chihiro's tracksuit?
As a matter of fact, it was blue.
And before we began the trial, did you tell anyone that?
The only one I told about any of this was you.
Then, Mondo, how did you know what color Chihiro's tracksuit was?
Because I'm sure he saw the clothes and
Come on, it's Adidas. They only have so many colors.
No, that can't be it. The bag and clothes were surely disposed of by the time we began our investigation.
Then the only reason he could have known what color the tracksuit was is if he saw Cherry with it before he died. That's the only possibility.
Are you talking about Chihiro?
So, how about it? Did you see the tracksuit or didn't you?
You need to chill.
Just by chance.
Well,
I just happened to see it last night.
I don't think so.
He walked
You're
past
stuck
me,
on the serial
and he
killer.
was carrying the tracksuit in his hands.
No, that can't be it either. According to Celeste's testimony,
She stuffed the jacket into her bag in a hurry. It was almost like she was trying to hide it. And just like that, she was gone.
when Celeste noticed it, Chihiro made a point of making sure the jacket was completely in the back. If you just ran into him briefly, you couldn't possibly have seen what color the tracksuit was.
It would appear you dug your own grave.
Perhaps. But you handed him the shovel, didn't you? That's why you said what you did. Focus on the tracksuit and it'll be obvious who he met with? What a bunch of nonsense.
Ah, now I understand. It was all one big bluff, wasn't it? Your true intention was to draw a slip of the tongue from the culprit. That's why you said you knew who did it, to put them on edge.
That's right. However, Mondo was my target all along. I had my suspicions about him from the very beginning.
But why?
Yeah, this is all your
What
idea.
made you so suspicious?
That's a good question.
Because I hate him.
There was a certain turning point that tipped me off. Maybe you didn't notice it, Mondo, but you tend to refer to men and women differently. You only call guys dude. For girls, it's chick. And after he was killed, you happened to refer to him as dude. Once I picked up on that, it occurred to me that Mondo knew something we didn't.
You noticed such a tiny detail?
Are you a witch? She's a witch! You're positively frightful!
No, I'm not the frightful one. Not nearly
That's the
as
serial
frightful
killer.
as someone capable of murdering a friend.
Mondo, was it really you? Did you really kill Chihiro?
He was your bestest friend.
Well, except for
I didn't
except for
kill
like
anyone.
the moral committee guy.
You've been all over me, judging everything I say, putting words in my mouth. What gives you the right to treat me like a goddamn criminal?
Yeah, he would never do something like that. This is a false accusation.
It's true.
Yeah, Ishimara, isn't
Reasoning
he
on
like the
that
best
is
friend?
pretty shaky.
Ishimaru, yeah, is like the bestest buddy.
That was fast.
Well, this does present us with a problem. It seems we are all out of leads.
My time has nearly come.
You can shut up.
That's what my little ghost friend is telling me.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Hifumi, weren't you telling me you'd found some evidence?
Really? What kind of evidence?
Actually, you know, now that I'm thinking about it here calmly, it might not be all that relevant.
Great, you're useless like you normally are. Fuck you.
Jeez, does your confidence just get up and walk away? It's fine, man. Just
Yeah, listen to the stoner.
Here it is.
What do you have there?
It happens to
The
be
pad.
an e-handbook. I found it laying on the ground, so I scooped it up.
You found it on the.
I got it!
It's gotta be
You know
Chihiro's.
Chihiro's handbook was missing from the scene of the crime, right?
For a fact.
For a fact indeed. I was totally sure I'd found it.
Then it must hold some clue about the culprit, right?
Well, that's what I was hoping. But it's busted. It won't even turn on.
I imagine the culprit broke it to get rid of any evidence after the murder.
That's odd. I didn't think the handbooks were quite so fragile.
You're right. They're not. They're totally waterproof and shock resistant. It would take an awful lot to break one.
And yet, this one does appear to be broken, as is Leon's, sitting useless in the main hall. For all your confidence, that is a remarkably high failure rate.
Do you think there might be some kind of mystery in there somewhere? How precisely did the handbooks get broken?
I don't fucking know. Maybe you need to talk to your IT department.
Is this the?
I got it! You
Oh,
already
I thought
told
they were
us
gonna bring
before
up the
that
Vulcan
handbook has
cannon
one
again.
weak point, didn't you?
You remember that? Sure, maybe I let that slip. But I never told anyone what the weak point actually was.
But if the handbook is supposed to never break, and two of them broke in quick succession,
Then we can only assume that someone's figured out its weakness. You know what the weakness is, right, Monokuma? So, what is it?
Is he gonna tell everyone?
I think it's a necessary piece of information if you want this to be a fair trial.
But if I tell
But I don't want it to be a fair
and
trial.
someone else decides to copy it, that would be very not good.
Use it, bitch.
Just tell us already. Why
would we want to break our own handbooks?
Oh well, I have a weakness for pushy demands. But you're sure you won't follow their example? Then allow me to make a special announcement. The weak point of my cutting-edge e-handbook is when it's exposed to high temperatures for too long, it will suffer a meltdown and totally break!
I flippin' knew it!
You knew it?
Yeah, because I found the handbook laying on the floor of the sauna.
The temperature in the sauna can reach over 200 degrees. Strange how you don't get burnt, huh? It's because as your sweat evaporates, it creates a cooling layer of air around your skin. If the hot air of the sauna were somehow pushed directly onto your skin, you'd definitely get fried. That layer of air would get blown away. That's why you may feel a burning when you move around. So when you're in a sauna, make sure to keep nice and still.
Interesting. I learned one new fact today.
That is a mere trifling speck of knowledge.
Anyway, if you found the victim's handbook in the sauna, then the killer must have been purposely trying to raise its temperature in order to break it.
Meaning the culprit somehow knew its weakness.
But how'd they find out? Monokuma said he didn't tell anyone, right?
Wait. What if?
Da-da!
What if Mondo accidentally broke his pad?
I mean,
Because he also goes into sauna.
in fact, before this, he went into the sauna with all his clothes on.
Right.
We all assumed that the broken handbook that's in the box in the mailbox in the main hall was Leon's, because the two active ones were Junko and Sayaka's. And the rules only say you can borrow someone else's handbook. You can't loan it out. So, if Mondo's e-handbook is actually Leon's, who's to say?
Indeed. Quite the mystery.
What if they found out by accident?
What do you mean by accident?
What if the killer took their own handbook into the sauna, not knowing its weakness, and it broke? They'd realize it was broken, of course, and it wouldn't be hard to figure out why. And once they had Chihiro's handbook, they knew they had an easy way to dispose of it.
I won't say it's not possible, but who would have done something like that? I don't know of anyone who took
Sauna
their
guy.
handbook into the sauna.
I might know someone who did.
Seriously?
I think the one who may have taken their handbook into the sauna was...
Who might have brought their
Ishimaro.
handbook into the sauna?
I think
Who wore
Ishimaro,
all their
figured it
clothes
out.
into the sauna? It was...
Here's my answer.
Yeah, I think Ishimaru also figured
Mondo.
it out.
Your handbook got broken in the sauna.
He doesn't want to believe it.
What? Why do you keep accusing him?
Mondo
Come
and
on,
Taka
I
had an
gave you
endurance
the
contest
benefit
in
of
the
the doubt.
sauna not too long ago, remember? And for the contest, Mondo just so happened to keep his school uniform on. But little did he realize, he'd also left his handbook in one of his uniform pockets. And when it was all over, Mondo discovered that taking your handbook into the sauna could easily destroy it.
Hi.
Felicitations.
No, wait, hold on. You've got it all wrong. He would never kill. I don't accept this. Show me the proof. The actual solid proof.
I mean, this is pretty solid.
I mean, I don't want to believe it either, but I found something that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. You broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
See? Look! Makoto was wrong after all! Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
That is clearly a lie, but okay.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct, then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken,
okay, come on,
then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
Damn it! No, fuck!
See? Look!
The text
Makoto was wrong after all!
Was not wrong.
Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
Come on.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct, then Mondo, you broke your own handbook.
In other words, if Mondo's handbook is actually broken,
It's so long.
then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Come on.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
Oh, come on! No! Fuck!
See? Look! Makoto was wrong after all! Mondo wouldn't hurt a fly!
How do you miss text?
Well, first of all, I forget texts all the damn time. Thank you very much.
Let's test Makoto's assertion. If what he says is correct,
I'd hate
then
to see you
Mondo,
play a first-person
you broke
shooter.
your own
Well,
handbook.
first of all, fuck you.
In other words,
Why are you booing me? I'm brave.
is actually broken, then that proves that what Makoto said is right.
Well, my goddamn handbook works just fine.
Shoot the helicopter.
Mondo, the handbook you have right now, is it really yours?
What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
The broken handbook that was in the main hall, isn't that one actually yours?
What the heck are you talking about?
What I mean is, I think Mondo swapped his handbook out for one that actually works. I think he took Leon's handbook and replaced it with his own. After all, Monokuma said himself that Leon's handbook never should have broken.
That's right! The punishment it suffered wasn't nearly enough to destroy it.
So then, the broken handbook in the main hall is actually Mondo's, which would mean that the handbook Mondo has right now is actually Leon's, yes?
But doesn't that violate the school regulation that says loaning out your handbook is prohibited?
Well, here's how I look at it. There is a rule about loaning your handbook to another student, but if they're dead, they're not a student. It's kind of a gray area, I admit. But no worries. If anything, it just makes things more interesting. As such,
Wow, it's rather
I
lenient of him.
agree that exchanging handbooks with a corpse is not a violation of the rules.
Well, Mondo, if I'm wrong about this, you're welcome to say so.
Wait a minute. You know how you talked about you've been focusing on the gun?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
There's no
No.
gun in the pool.
Wait. What anymore?
There's no gun in the pool. If you go through the door behind in the boys and girls locker room, it leads to the same pool, but there's no gun.
Huh. So there's a way to get into the locker rooms without going through like the gun room.
Yeah.
I'm happy to admit I made a mistake, but...
Son of a bitch! What's wrong,
Well, you
bro?
know what? That just means the
Come
gun
on,
is completely
tell him he's wrong.
superfluous.
You are wrong! You have to be wrong! Everything you just said is wrong! You made it all up!
Okay, then why don't we look back on this case one more time, from the beginning? That way, everything will become clear, and we'll all see if I was right or wrong.
Closing argument. Begin! do think that this 30-minute timer is pretty generous. Generous.
I think it would be, I don't know. No, wait a minute. I think the writing comes later. Like the writing goes there, and the blood splatter goes with the dumbbell.
Okay, I'm gonna go back a little bit. Okay. Okay. Ah, there we go.
The killer is you! First, let's take a look back to before the incident.
Right!
Last night, Celeste saw Chihiro in the warehouse, correct? At the time, she was apparently stuffing something into a duffel bag. That something was a blue tracksuit. You can confirm this, right, Celeste? With bag in hand, Chihiro headed out, even though it was officially nighttime. She made her way to the locker room, specifically the boys' locker room. But how could the victim, who was apparently a girl, access the boys' locker room? Simple, because she was really a he, which is why he was able to use his own handbook to gain entrance to the boys' locker room. Once inside, he met with someone there. And the person he met was the one who killed him. It seems likely that the killer grabbed the nearby dumbbell, approached the unsuspecting Chihiro, and attacked him. And that's where the bloodstains on the poster and carpeting in the boys' locker room came from. It was likely in the heat of the moment. The body was arranged, but the murder itself felt unplanned. Which is why the killer hurried to try and hide the act. First, pulling up the bloodstained carpet. Then, removing the bloody poster.
Oh.
Wait, all of them? Okay, not all of them. So that's not right. So everything else before this is right. So
The killer is you! Which is why the killer hurried to try and hide the act. First, pulling up the bloodstained carpet. Then, removing the bloody poster. And finally carrying the corpse into the girls' locker room. A girl's handbook was necessary to get into the locker room, of course, but this alone doesn't prove that the killer was necessarily a girl.
Oh, he used one of the girls' handbooks, so it didn't register.
maybe like the other one.
Yeah.
Who died?
After all, Sayaka and Junko's handbooks had been placed in the main hall. Using one of those, a boy could get into the girls' locker room without much problem.
Don't say that in front of Hifumi!
And that's exactly how the killer did it. With the carpet and the poster they brought with them, they got to work.
You know, it just means that the gun is
They
completely
changed the
useless.
layout of the
It's
boys and
theater,
girls' locker room
security theater.
in what you might call a crime scene switch. That could have been the end of things, but no. Byakuya discovered the body and decided to intervene in the situation.
The only thing I
making
could think
things
of at
even
that
more
point is just that the door was left open. Because it's 2 a.m.
So, after stumbling on the crime scene, he went and grabbed the extension cord from the library. And then
But wait, why did he go into the girls' locker room?
I assume he went to the. He was on his way to the. He was on the way to the library, and then he like saw everything from like the side, and went like, bet.
He used the cord to string up Chihiro's lifeless body. Then, using the victim's own blood, he left a grisly message there at the scene of the crime. He wanted to create the illusion that Genocide Jack was responsible for the slaughter. And around the same time that Byakuya was putting together this facade, the killer, having already disposed of Chihiro's bag and other belongings, arrived at the sauna. There, they planned to destroy the last piece of evidence. And just as the killer expected, the steamy sauna was enough to ruin the electronic gadget. Somehow, the killer knew that the handbook couldn't stand up to the heat of the sauna. And the reason they knew that is because the sauna had already wrecked their own handbook. And that's how it all played out. Isn't that right, Mondo Owada?
Wait! No, this can't be right. Where's your evidence? Yeah, where's your evidence?
I just told you.
You need proof! Without any proof, you can't pin any of this on him!
Evidence that Mondo is the killer? That's already revealed itself earlier in the trial. If I can somehow show that where Mondo's handbook is right now, once I do that, everything will become clear. A new element has been added to the bullet time battles. Would you like to hear more?
Want to know more?
Let's talk a little bit about fever time and nega time. During the bullet time battle, if you press the right button.
I think it's right bumper.
Oh, it's bumper? I always thought it was just button, like an ATM machine. Fever time will activate, and the tempo will be forced to its max. At this time, even if you push the buttons at random, you won't miss. So you can push A, Y, Somehow, you want to destroy the opponent's verbal assault. But this only lasts until your focus gauge runs out. So make the best possible use of your time. Of course, it wouldn't be fair if only you got access to special time, right? So you also prepared something called Negatime that your opponent can use. If the opponent activates that Negatime during the bullet time battle, your tempo maker will disappear, making it quite a bit tougher to hit the buttons in rhythm. If you were to activate Fever Time at this point, no, never mind, I'm sure nothing would happen. I don't know what I was worried about. Unsurprisingly, if your action difficulty is set to Gentle, the opponent won't use Negatime.
What difficulty is this?
Well then, good luck and have fun!
What difficulty is it now?
I don't remember. I think it's Gentle.
Show me some evidence! You're wrong! I won't listen!
Why not? Why not, bro?
False! Show me some evidence! I won't listen! False! I refuse to vote! Show me some evidence! You're wrong! I won't listen! I refute you! Show me some evidence!
This should prove it!
Just shows repeated evidence that I've had, that I've shown like 3 times at this point.
If my thinking so far is right,
I've got all I need.
Mondo must have replaced his broken handbook with Leon's. In which case, we can just check each of our handbooks right now. Once we do that, we'll...
We don't gotta do that. Huh? Yeah, I did it. I killed him.
Thank you for being graceful about it.
Thank you for gracefully dying.
Yay! I got more coins!
It pays to be a lawyer.
Bro, what are you saying?
I got no choice, man. After hearing all
What's up,
that,
bro?
I gotta just give up.
But the moves, bro.
Go ahead, Monokuma. Get it over with. Ask for the goddamn verdict.
Roger that.
Wait! Hold on!
No waiting, no holding on. Time for the moment we've all been waiting for. Who will you elect as the Blackened this time around? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
What's it gonna be?
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? Oh, that's interesting. And in the anime, we actually get more of the reasoning behind why he did it.
What?
Taku, 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 maru, taku, taku, maru, taku, taku, maru.
Moth, please talk.
What? You're doing the Dekamaru thing. I didn't want to interrupt.
It's punishment
you want me
time.
to do- Okay, I get it now. Uh-oh. This time it looks like you got it right again. Yes, it is so. The Blackened that killed Chihiro Fujisaki was... Mondo Awada!
Unbelievable.
In case you're wondering, the vote was not unanimous. Kiyotaka chose the wrong answer. You're treading very close to the danger zone, Mr. Ishimaru. You need to be more careful.
Here I come to save the day.
Here I come to save the day.
The Crimson Chin.
I refuse to believe it. There's no way. No way he would kill someone.
Sorry.
What is this?
Why are you apologizing? Why? Why? Why did you do it?
Now
Well, it looks like Mondo's. I think you do a good job as Monokuma if you want to do that.
Okie dokie.
But I have Mondo at least for the time being.
Hell yeah.
Well, it looks like Mondo's taken a vow of silence, so allow me to explain on his behalf.
Actually,
the story of the murder this time is the sad story of two men.
Oh, that.
Oh, yeah. It's just...
Okay, I gotta go. Goodbye.
Oh, you bitch.
Oh, you gotta go. Oh, it is. Anyway, there was once a young boy, and his name was Chihiro Fujisaki. He had an extreme inferiority complex regarding his own lack of strength. You're so weak, even though you're a boy. He heard things like that as long as he could remember, and he couldn't overcome his weakness. On the contrary, he tried to hide and buried himself further and further into that weakness, to take on the fragile form of a petite young girl. He had chosen that as his way out. Yellow text.
Yellow text. Now nobody will be able to say anything about it, even though you're a boy.
But no matter how tightly he wrapped himself in that shell, the inferiority complex had already taken root deep inside of him and was not so easily weeded out. As it turned out, the shell was completely empty. The complex didn't disappear. Instead, it only grew stronger and stronger.
I'm weak. Weak.
Once the killing game registered trademark had begun here at the school, he had no choice but to accept this fact. After all, this world is survival of the fittest. If you're not strong, you don't survive. And then the lovely and hateful Monokuma, that's me by the way, announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets. Which, of course, included Chihiro's embarrassing secret, which I was more than willing to divulge. Even though he dresses like a girl, Chihiro is actually a boy.
Hey,
And that was something Chihiro couldn't let anyone find out, no matter the cost. And if that was revealed, it would be the end. The hardened shell would crack, the armor would fall away. Without a doubt, those around him would torture him more than ever before. Everyone figured being thrust into such a dilemma must have sent him spiraling into despair.
What?
And yet...
I'm sorry.
I didn't really want to talk about it right now.
But
I also don't want to leave things the way they are. So maybe I could talk about it later? After I try my best to become strong. Then I can tell everyone.
Unknowingly, he used the threat of discovery to mold himself to become stronger.
That's right.
Now's my chance.
I want to change.
I'm going to get stronger and accept who I am. Strong enough So that when someone says, even though you're a boy, I'll be okay. I'll get better.
With that thought at the front of his mind, he resolved to take immediate action. And so, that day, he made the commitment to begin exercising. He was prepared to retrain his mind and body. But sadly, that would be the first and only chance he would get at it.
Hey,
But when he decided to start exercising, he thought it would be good to ask for someone's help. But he wanted to tell that person his secret first, and then ask him to help him from there. And the person he went to...
Yeah, that's right.
It was me. Yep, it sure was. The biker gang fella hadn't been painfully clear about how important his manly promises were. So Chihiro probably figured that even if he confided in Mondo, his honor would make him keep it the secret. Excuse me. His honor would help his honor would make him keep the secret. A, press A.
uh-huh.
Plus, Mr. Machamando was the very symbol of strong man that Chihiro had always aspired to.
Maybe talking to Mondo about it will help give me some courage. Sorry.
Sorry. Wait.
I think that might be...
Wait, who's talking?
I think that's Monokuma, but it's fucking...
Hey, that's my line. Fuck off. So he went and asked Mondo to help him become strong. That'll learn you. That was his aspiration. And he thought that only with Mondo's support would he ever be able to come close to that.
Correct.
So then, that must be why Mondo did what he did. To keep the promise he'd made to Chihiro. Huh? Did what he did? You mean, that's why Mondo carried Chihiro from the boys' locker room to the girls' locker room?
Indeed.
Yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Wasn't that to cover up what he'd done?
Certainly.
That could have been part of it. But I don't think it was the main reason. The real purpose was to keep the promise between men he'd made to Chihiro. But how? How does moving the body keep a secret?
Because
if everyone knew he'd been killed in the boys' locker room, then everyone would have been arguing about how she got into the boys' locker room, right? Once that started up, at least a few of us would have immediately begun to suspect his identity, so he tried to protect Chihiro's secret by putting him in the girls' locker room and stealing his handbook, see? Then Mondo did all that to keep the promise he'd made to Chihiro, who he'd also killed?
Why? Why would he do that? The more I hear you talk, the more I don't understand. I mean, you guys trusted each other, right? So why did you? Yes. No matter what, I didn't want anyone to know.
I knew it.
So that's what triggered it all. It triggered it after all. Sorry. The possibility of having your embarrassing memories and secrets exposed.
What is this?
That's impossible. Nothing could have been that bad. Still think he didn't want anyone to know, even if it meant killing someone?
You're wrong!
It's impossible.
Don't make me repeat myself.
How many times must I repeat myself? To judge others by your own standard is the height of folly. Even if you can't comprehend it, he obviously can. That's all there is to it. Well, while you're on the subject, why don't I tell you? That embarrassing memory, that secret he didn't want anyone to know.
Hey,
You know what Mondo did? He killed his own brother. Mondo, the ultimate biker gang leader, registered trademark, makes all the hoodlums and riffraff across the country tremble. But the only reason he had the chance to join the gang in the first place was because of a certain someone. Yay! Mondo's older brother's name was Daya Owata. Mondo had nothing but respect for him. It was because of Daya that Mondo ever got on a motorcycle. Mondo's brother was his only family growing up. He was the only one Mondo could trust or respect. He wanted to measure up to his big brother, so he imitated him in everything he did. Mondo is the epitome of the starry-eyed kid brother.
With the weirdest pompadour ever.
He got it from his brother. Except
Clearly,
his was like...
at least his brother's looks normal. He was just kind of like,
Well,
I'm trying to overcompensate.
Well, his is just like a single shade.
It's also a
Meanwhile,
mullet.
Meanwhile, the charismatic older brother with the better mullet and pompadour combo had put together a local motorcycle gang. And before anyone knew it, they had grown into the biggest biker gang in the country. Daya, the older brother, number one in the gang, and his number two, his younger brother Mondo. In the beginning, everything was peaches and gravy.
Gross.
I'm not going to tell you to try it. Now, don't interrupt me. But when Mondo started to think about but when Mondo started to think about how he would have to take over the gang from his brother someday, his brother's greatness, his reputation, began to gnaw on Mondo's very soul. Then the kid's gonna take over for Daya, huh? Daya created this game with his bare hands. Mondo's just along for the ride. Could someone like that really be our leader? All that'll do is make the gang look bad. Almost every day, Mondo heard the gossip and whispers of the other members of the gang. Which is why... I gotta get stronger. Stronger than Daya. Just one time. No matter what, I gotta win.
Don't fuck with me.
I don't care what it takes. I gotta come out on top. And on the night of his amazing brother's retirement ceremony, Mondo challenged him to a street race. But during the race, tragedy struck. The kid brother pushed ahead with reckless abandon, eager for victory, and dashed into oncoming traffic. But suddenly... I don't think he'd be in one piece. Laying it in his kid brother's arms, the older brother delivered his final words. My bad, kid. I fucked up. Sorry. Of course, he knew it was his brother's fault, but Daya never blamed him for what happened. Hey, kid. The rest is up to you. No matter what, you gotta keep the gang together. Because it's a team. You and me, put together. It's a promise between men. He decided to hide the truth of what happened from everyone else in the gang. In order to keep the gang together and keep the promise to his brother, he could never admit to anyone that it was his own weakness that caused the accident. And as a result, the team was made even stronger under the banner of the kid who'd bested his big brother. Daya was gonna lose to his kid brother, so he got stupid and got himself killed. That became the explanation for what happened. Mondo's lie became the truth. He wanted to lead the team so bad, he was willing to tell all kinds of lies about his brother.
I
I'm strong. Strong. And yet, as soon as our killing game began, he realized, no matter how tough he pretended to be, he was just another weakling that could die in an instant. And then, the lovely, the hateful Monokuma announced the revealing of the embarrassing secrets. At that point, it was clear I would have no problem shedding light on his secret. As Mado killed his own older brother. No matter what, I couldn't let the other gang members find out. If that happened, everything would have been ruined. Everything me and my brother had worked to create would have been destroyed. His death, all the guilt I've been carrying around, it would have all been for nothing. So that's why
Mondo.
After I saw what Monokuma had on me, my head filled up with a kind of fuzzy uneasiness and just started swirling around. I never felt anything like it before. I didn't know what to do about it. I wasn't sure what to think or say, but after a while, that fuzzy uneasiness turned itself into a rock-hard lump of anxiety way down in my stomach. And it was right around then that Chihiro asked me to start working out with him. And right there, he told me a secret. Seriously? Jesus.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry I lied to you.
Why? Why now? Why are you telling me this all of a sudden?
Huh?
I mean, you've kept that secret all this time, right? If anyone found out, you would.
But
you're right, but
I want to change.
I wrapped myself in lies. I'm weak, and I want to destroy that version of me forever.
His words were like a knife in my gut. I felt like he was exposing the lie I'd been living myself.
I have to change. I don't want to be weak anymore. You're so strong. It can't hurt you, right? Whatever secret Monokuma might tell us.
You piece of...
So what? You're saying I should just say it?
What?
You're saying if I really am, I should just be able to tell everyone my secret.
Huh?
I was jealous. I was jealous of Chihiro's strength. He had the strength to face his own weakness and try and overcome it. It was the kind of strength I never had. So I was jealous of him. And that jealousy broke me.
What?
Are you making fun of me? I'm strong. Are you fucking with me right now?
No, I'm not making fun of you. You really are strong, Mondo.
I felt like I could hear something starting to creak. Something inside my head. What do you want me to do? What was I supposed to do? Was I supposed to just sit back, let my secret get revealed, and ruin everything?
What's wrong?
What's wrong?
Damn you!
Why'd you have to tell me all that? Are you trying to rub my failure in my face?
I just wanted to...
I just really admire you. I admire your strength.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right. I am strong. Strong. I'm strong. Strong. Stronger than you.
You son of a bitch.
And stronger than Daya. I don't remember anything after that. When I woke up again, he was laying at my feet, covered in blood. I had the dumbbell in my hand, And I was just staring at him, down on the ground. Hey.
I killed him. I killed Chihiro. Even after all this time, I'm still just as weak as I've always been. And thanks to that, I did something I can never take back.
Mondo. He was normally so aggressive, so angry. He hid that weak side away from everyone. That was a secret. A weakness that lived in a heart like his. It turned him cold-hearted. God damn it!
Look at him. You see? You're all just like him. For a secret from the past? For a memory? For that, he killed another living human in cold blood. He can cut free of his regrets from the outside world. He doesn't know what true strength is. Do you see hope anywhere in there? 'Cause I sure don't. You bastard! Shut up, you son of a bitch! Go ahead, say that again! I dare you!
Yep.
Okay, I'll say it as many times as I want. Is what I want to say, but unfortunately I can't do that right now because the time for punishing is fast approaching.
Punishing?
It can't be.
You mean execution?
Well now.
That's what I promised you, right? The blackened that disturbs the peace will be punished.
Ridiculous.
Hold on.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
For Mondo Awada, the ultimate biker gang leader. No, wait!
Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment time.
I said what?
Sorry, man. I couldn't keep the promise we made. From one man to another.
He does kind of sound like Solid Snake.
Mondo has been found guilty. It's time for the punishment.
Mondo has been ejected. He was the imposter.
Have you seen this death yet?
I have not. These are so strange to watch. I can definitely see like the 2003 CGI in effect.
It's that apparently it was actually 2010.
2010. Oh. I mean, I can see that too. What a strange thing to do. I don't even think that would work, would it?
In the way that it's doing it.
Oh, good lord.
Yeah.
It's a Tesla coil.
Oh yeah, I should probably put down flash warning. Nah, it's cool. It's not that flashy.
Well, one flash, singular.
Yeah.
Well, just some sort of like electric Faraday cage. Did he get like atomized or something?
No, worse.
I don't get it.
He got churned into butter.
Yeah, I could see that. How does this relate to him?
He just got it was the motorcycle thing.
Like, how does this relate to him, like, thematically?
Because he's clown. He's a clown. He was basically putting up this performance. How I interpret it, at least, is that he's putting up this performance of himself, and that performance of himself is what makes him a clown, and his performance was doing the motorcycle circle, or the motorcycle sphere.
What do clowns have to do with butter?
Because he churned himself, because he went around and around and around and around and around.
Sure, I have to admit, I'll give him this. It's as convoluted as I could expect from like a sort of like, ultimate equivalent of Saw. I was like, it can't be.
I would like
Land
to point out
O'Lakes.
the first death on this was him sending a guy to space, and he turned into a fucking skeleton.
I mean, it is strange. I don't... My brother...
You don't what? You don't what?
No, I was saying, like, no, just keep going. I'm not, I have to move on.
Yeah, otherwise your brain is just gonna be stuck right there.
Yeah. That's just a mental, like, view strip.
I will say, not my favorite of the deaths. Especially since this follows up with... This is the immediate death that follows up with Leon.
I mean, okay, but here's the thing. Like, his, like, actual execution made sense. You know, he's like, motorcycle stunt daredevil thing. The only thing is, I just didn't understand why he turned into butter.
Because he churned himself. He got churned from the fact that he got, like, atomized and then turned himself from there. It's like his body pasteurized.
That's not how butter works. Once again, I have to move on. No, continue.
Another murder and another execution. Sorry. I want to feel again. Everyone's lives are taken so lightly here. I feel like I might be going mad. Maybe I'll just let it happen.
No, don't do that.
As talk of sad screams invade our skulls, we were each forced to realize once again. But of course he had to.
What a disappointment. This is the end of the game.
Yakuya? What is this? You're completely insane, you know that? A game? One of our friends is dead, do you realize that?
Naturally.
Of course I do. Because this game is life or death.
Hey. I don't have anything to say to you. I don't have a response, except that...
However...
I just don't understand why. Why did you go out of your way to disguise Mondo's crime?
What?
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because it made things more interesting.
His voice was calm, emotionless, like the voice of death. It chilled me to the bone.
Last night, when the murder took place, I was in the library, as usual.
Honestly.
So you ignored the nighttime rule, too?
That rule never mattered to me. I don't recall ever agreeing to it.
There is nothing to be done.
Well, I don't particularly care. Please, continue.
The night grew late, and I decided to return to my room, which is when I stumbled upon him. I spotted Mondo coming out of the girls' locker room. After he'd gone, I looked inside and saw the corpse.
Okay, so he did leave the door open.
Alright. You mean you actually witnessed the murder? He was such a fool. He didn't have the slightest idea that I'd seen him.
Well...
So, you're saying you knew who the culprit was from the very beginning?
That's right.
Come on, don't judge me. The detective figured it out too. She was just too busy playing teacher. Indeed, but if that had been the end of it, how boring would that have been? I mean, what a waste of time to have the answer revealed right at the beginning. Which is why I decided to lend a little helping hand. I thought it would liven things up.
You did all that to lighten things up?
I see.
So after hearing about Genocide Jack from Toko, you decided to use that to create a fake murder scene.
But damn, man. If we hadn't figured out who'd really done it, you would have been dead too, right? Well, obviously, I would have revealed the truth before it reached that point. Of course.
Byakuya turned and looked at me in the eye. I could feel his sharp eyes piercing into me.
Thanks to a certain remarkable someone, it never did, and I was able to perform an interesting experiment.
Interesting.
Once I decided to become blackened, I now know who I'll have to watch out for.
What?
Correct.
So that was your reason.
Are you satisfied?
Indeed.
Yes, we're done listening to your story. Moving on. Hey, there's something I'd like to ask Monokuma.
What's this?
Oh, I'm up next.
You like to perform these elaborate executions each time, correct? My question is why?
Do you like them? But, you know, this punishment, this despair, it's not just for you. All of this punishment, all this despair is my gift to mankind itself.
What? You're over-exaggerating.
I am not over-exaggerating. These punishments are meant to transform all hope to despair.
Damn.
What do you mean?
Mean? Mean? Mean?
What the heck?
Mean. Great! I don't understand why I have to pick apart every little stupid thing. Whatever. It doesn't matter. In the end, I'm going to stand alone as the victor. And then everything will be revealed to me.
Ooh, how
the son, the noble son of a noble family. Truly, you understand me. I think this is the start of a terrifying friendship. That's enough. Shut up. I would never stoop to the level of a childish criminal like you. Let me just say this. After I have achieved complete victory, you're up next. I'm going to find you and kill you. Understand?
In the name of my family.
In the name of the Togami family, for which victory is a foregone conclusion.
You're getting all riled up.
Ooh, so cool. You're like the main character of a video game or a Liam Neeson movie. No trash mob for you. I swear, whatever it takes, I will kill you. Temper. Sounds like someone needs a nap.
Monokuma's laughter peeled across the courtroom, and a curtain closed on the case of Chihiro and Mondo. But I knew that wasn't the end. The killing game would only still continue. Because the mastermind wouldn't let it end. For those of us who were still alive, our worst fear and despair kept on multiplying. It was the kind of despair that felt like a blind puppy in hell had more of a future than us. All of our courage, our effort, our friendship felt like it would amounted to nothing at all. That it was the worst kind of despair.
Well, anyway, like I was saying, this is a pretty good spot. Yeah, a really good spot. Anyway, isn't it amazing how that girl went and killed someone before things even had a chance to get boring? Once things really get moving, it'll be like a roller coaster. There won't be any stopping it. Fear and despair
one of the students.
Speed nothing can hope to match.
Also, one of the students has literally just been outed as a serial killer.
Yeah, that's
And is armed with scissors.
It's either going to be really good or really bad because that means either she's going to kill somebody and and the rule is you can only kill up to 2 people at a time.
Yeah, I'm also just imagining. I was like, hey, listen, Genocide Jane, you've seen
Jill.
Dexter, right? Yes. Genocide Jill. I was like, you've seen Dexter, right? Yes. I was very disappointed in the ending.
I was very disappointed
But
at
I
the
must admit, I'm disappointed. I went to all the pain
This
and effort
Netflix
of
show isn't
making
very
you
good at
part of
all.
the group, and you
It's a
couldn't play
Netflix
your
show now?
part.
Is it? I don't know. I've never seen Dexter.
You do remember you were supposed to make the first move.
I just
right?
know it was disappointing at the
nothing.
ending,
Nothing
apparently.
we can do about it now. So just do your best to make things more exciting from now on, okay? After all, that's what everyone wants to see.
There's one thing I'd like to ask
As long as you don't want to know my measurements, fire
away.
Who is it? The 16th high school student, I mean.
My, you really took me by surprise there. I know I said you could ask anything,
I guess it's
but
on Netflix, but also Paramount Plus.
super denied.
For all
Ultra
the myriad Dexter fans out there, who I imagine still
That's
exist.
my ace in the hole. And nobody'd be dumb enough to reveal that, right? No matter how close they were to their friends.
So there was a 16th student.
Question mark, ... What's the
And that's
I don't like
another
that.
chapter gone. 10 students left.
What's with the white spots? I don't like that.
I think that's supposed to represent blood, but because it's in the background, it's got to be gray. And oh,
Crazy diamond. Those diamonds are forever.
All right, that's it. Wait, is there more? Do I have to? No, I'll just.
I
I'll
think
just
that's
close
the
it.
end of the chapter.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
you
just
can
gonna
just
close.
close
Oh
it.
shit!
Can you press start or well, not press start?
All right,
how does this even work?
I'm going to raid some people. Let's see what we got. Well, we can either go with some more danganronpa, or is anybody I'm following on? Let's see here. Fluffins actually is doing Resident Evil 5. So if you're looking for a little change of pace, that might be a good time. Fluffins is usually, I believe, Fluffins does games. I think they do art as well. And it looks like it is a shared chat. So you're going to have a bonus person there. All right, have fun, be safe, and cause a little chaos and mayhem while you're at it. I'll see you later.
Good night. Good night. Sleep well. I'll most likely kill you in the morning.
Oh no! Another death! A body has been discovered! See ya. And rated. And